Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I just don't like going to church, man. I don't like the people there. People at church have like coworker vibes.
Ralph Barbosa, the super cool ass tour.
Like some of them are cool, but most of them, you know, they're just being fake nice because they want that promotion. Like if those are the people that are going to be hanging out in heaven, I just go to hell.
Saturday, September 7th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Get tickets now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the hilarious Ralph Barbosa live.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton and Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Welcome to the Tap House Restaurant at Bartley Cavanaugh Golf Course. With an array of local craft brews from a selection of 20 taps, the Tap House menu boasts freshly made sandwiches, crisp salads, and a variety of specialty entrees. The Tap House is the perfect place for a round after your round at Bartley Cavanaugh Golf Course, especially during happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. Drop by the Tap House Restaurant for scenic views, exquisite food, and a hearty welcome. The Tap House at Bartley Cavanaugh Golf Course.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks or online sacsuperstore.com. Big inventory and the right deal. Experience it for yourself and see why their customers drive away smiling. It's the Sac Superstore difference.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
A little nervous today. The good kind of nerves, not the nerves where you, oh no, what's going to happen? The good, excited nervousness, because today's the day we begin the reveal of our top 40 Kings top 40 players for 40 years almost of Kings basketball. I know Jay's going to reveal to us, technically these aren't the top 40, it's the next 10 in, right, Jay? So honorable mention essentially is what we have today.
Yeah, honorable mention today. These are the fringe guys, the players who just missed out on the top 40. And, some of them, be surprised. You might be some of them might be some of your favorite guys. Mm-hmm. Some of them may be someone that you absolutely dislike. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But these are the guys who just didn't cut it that close. They got close, but they couldn't make it.
Yeah. I don't know who's on there. We'll find out about 4. But I do want to say, honestly, to me, this is honorable mention. Sometimes honorable mention, we look at that as, you lost. But it's an honorable mention. We're saluting these people that got enough mentions, enough support for us to even include them in the whole overall production. So I'm looking forward to seeing who's on there.
Yeah, these are the guys. And think about this, fellas, and this is something that's spectacular. I have to pull it up, and I think I have it in my notes. Excuse me. There are hundreds of players who have come across the Kings, and you guys have talked about this. This is kind of one of those things where you make a stop in Sacramento if you play in the NBA almost.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a bunch of guys who played here, came back here, 2-3 different stints, those type of guys. And so to be included and just miss the top 40, but to be included in 50, that's not a bad idea to be.
If they'd been here 50 years, we would have had a top 50, right? That's the whole thing. 40 years, we'll do 40. Excited, Drapes?
Yeah, I am. I'm excited to see this list, and I know we're having it at 4:00, the honorable mentions. Jay, I'm just trying to figure out, are we putting our names on me and Whitey's list? Are we going to reveal our own as well throughout the week?
Throughout the week, you will.
Okay.
So this will be, I'll drop the 10 per day.
Yep.
And just how we do it is today, as we were celebrating 40 years, so that gets 4 days. If we cut it down, the top 40 will be starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
31 to 40, so on and so forth, with Friday ending 1 through 10. You'll get the top guys, Sacramento Kings, Sacramento era. Today will be your 10. And then as we play along, of course, Mr. Gleason and Mr. Draper, you guys will give us those 10 that are in your honorable mention.
Okay.
And tomorrow,
Okay.
31 to 40, and see how close you were to the list. And as we get closer to 4:00, I'll also be dropping tidbits and notes and things that I've calculated over the last week or so. Well, let me not lie, because we have some panelists who didn't get it in, up until this morning.
Man,
30 cats, man. Yeah,
Didn't get it in.
that wasn't me.
Yeah, it wasn't you.
That wasn't me.
I thought Drapes was giving it on opening night, October 24th or 5th or whatever that was going to be. So I was looking forward to that during the game, play-by-play, while he was calling the game.
Right.
But I was able to calculate some numbers and find some interesting anecdotes, fellas, that I think we can chew on for today.
Okay.
How good do you guys feel about your list?
No, my list is the list. I feel fantastic. One thing I struggled with, and maybe it's because I haven't been here long, there are certain players who the community feels really, really attached to. But then when I look at the numbers, it's like, and so I moved them down. And so I'm sure there are people on my list and fans will be like, Drapes, how can you not have this guy higher? Like, he was amazing. We love him here. And so I think that was the hardest thing for me. And there were some guys that I just am fond of. I'm a fan of. When I think of Sacramento Kings basketball, I think of this person, and these people, but they didn't have the numbers to go ahead of some other guys. And so it was tough trying to give those guys the benefit of the doubt versus the ones with just the numbers.
Chris Watkins on Twitter has started a thing. He's got a grid, and it's most underrated, most overrated, blah, blah, blah players on there for the Kings. And for most overrated, and he says he got some votes on this, but I think it's also his opinion, but most overrated, to your point, Jason Williams. Most overrated King.
Dang.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I think that speaks to what you're saying. Not everyone feels that way. I think I had J. Will pretty high on my list.
I had him high also, because here's the thing about J. Will. He sort of ushered in. Yeah. He was part of the very beginning of the change in Sacramento. And what was he here? 3 years, I think it was. And so, and his final year, what did they win? 57 games or something like. So it's not like this guy played on garbage teams. Like, he was the start of things really changing, him and C-Webb, obviously, and some of the other guys. But I gave him bonus points for that instead of just the numbers. But he was there at the beginning when things started to change for the Kings.
And I also have to say, I just was determined to have Mike Bibby number 10. So I wanted him to be his number. They're not retired his number. So
you got Bibby 10.
Yeah. So
That's interesting. I didn't look at that. Fellas, I will say this, and I'll jump in throughout the show, and just as you guys are talking about, kind of give you some feedback on some of the panelists that they, some of the comments and notes that they said to me personally that I know I can talk about is, it's interesting service, and I think we've struggled with that on this show. Drapes, I think me and you are kind of on that same level, meaning service. How many years did you play for the organization within the Sacramento versus, and I heard you and Chris Watkins and Allen talk about this, Whitey, the segment before, Danny Ainge, someone who was a year and a half would put up stats, Antoine Carr, guys like that, where it's like, but maybe a Jason Thompson who was here for 8 years or so doesn't have the numbers, so to say. But to be here and go through the turmoil that happened in Sacramento, that's got to mean something too.
Right.
And so that is something that you guys aren't alone. We're not alone, because a lot of people struggle with that as well. I got that quite a bit.
So looking forward to that today. We'll be talking about it all show long. And then starting at 4, we'll begin to get some names that are actually on the list, or in this case today, guys who just missed being on the official list. Now, the 49ers, we said when last we got together Friday, what do they need to do tonight? Oh, just don't get hurt. Well, they had a couple of guys got hurt. Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos got hurt. Could have been a disaster. Knee sprains, looks like they're going to be okay. But now the story is, Trent Williams is not going to report till his deal's done. Didn't we already know that? I mean, did you just assume that? I sure did.
Yeah.
That's how these things work.
Whitey, you see me over here struggling, trying to think of like the pushback, like, no, this is catastrophic. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why you sit out, right? It's to get a new deal.
Right,
so you're not going to report. And so, yeah, I hear you. The question is, why is that taking so long? And I understand, we've said in the past there, maybe take care of Aiyuk, get that situation. But that doesn't look like it's, happening any. Like, Trent needs to be in camp. The games are in 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, 2
you know
weeks,
what I mean?
Exactly.
And so you don't want to get in football shape opening game. And I know he's working out and everything like that, but it's just not the same. And so to your point, the report really didn't say much. Like, it's not any new information.
It's interesting. I know.
It's interesting,
I
right?
thought people kind of ran with a little further than they should have.
Well,
Oh, no. Whoa, boy. That's it. 49ers are done. Yeah.
Is that Niners fans running with it? Media running with it?
Media, I think.
Like outside media or Niners media? I'm trying to,
I saw a lot of outside media.
Okay.
Here, by the way, this is the report, and this is from Jeremy Fowler today on ESPN.
Out with the 49ers. It's left tackle Trent Williams. What's the latest with him?
Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of staying away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially. But he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the 4th highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Aiyuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
Okay, Gary hoping to get a goal.
Yeah, so Jeremy Fowler, I was told by somebody involved in the situation that he's not coming back until he gets his contract signed. All right, so you talk to his agent, right? It's true.
Right.
I get it, and it is worth sharing, but I just felt like, all right, I think we already knew that. And then some just, oh, no, well, now what? I get it, but still, come on, we're better than that, aren't we?
No, because nothing's happening, Whitey. Like, here we are in August. Same thing with the Aiyuk situation. We're not getting any new news, and people are being asked about it. So you got to say, he's telling us what he heard. I mean, and it's up to us whether to make a big deal or not out of it. Like you said, there's some people out there. Hold on. Dude, why am I on this kiddie seat again? I feel like I'm on the Cowherd show and you're way up there and I'm on the kids' table. I hate this show. All right, sorry about that.
This is a higher chair.
I'm going to go over there.
That one's higher.
Yeah, I'm going to switch it up. But it's up to us whether we blow it up or not. I'm sorry. I just feel like I'm at the kids' table right now. Like I'm driving a Tesla instead of the Mercedes-Benz EQS. You know what I mean? But
the Mercedes, man.
Thank you, Jay. Right on cue. But like you said, it's up to us really whether we blow it up or not. Fowler's just doing his job. He's just reporting what he heard. Now, if people are aggregating that and making that a headline, it's on them. But we kind of knew that, right? Like,
I thought so. I was told by somebody involved in the situation. Well, who would that be? I get it. I get it. Yeah.
It's obviously from Trent's side. Yeah, 100%.
And we got, I don't know, what do you think the reasonable deadline is? I would think, I could be totally wrong. I would think I need Aiyuk in camp sooner than I need Trent Williams in camp. Maybe that's totally wrong. But it's coming out.
I don't know.
You want to play in 2 weeks, you better get something done within the next few days.
Right. I mean, but
I agree with that.
I would love to hear from an offensive lineman or former player or something like, how much time does it take to get up to speed, get into shape? I mean, Trent Williams been around forever. It's not like he needs to know the play calls or know the cadence from Brock Purdy or anything. He knows all of that. So can he come in, check in next Monday and get a week's of practice and be okay. I don't know.
Obviously, the risk with how old is he now?
35, right?
I'd have to at least, I think.
35 to 36.
Yeah. So, you don't want to overdo when you first come back because if he tweaks something, he's trying to come
36.
back. Yeah, 36. You don't want him to develop something that's going to linger through at least the first part of the season. That's
I mean, he's at an age, because you got to consider the football miles on his body, where here I am, I wake up sore. I wake up in pain. I just finished playing golf. Your boy needs to pop some Advil.
Kyle asked me last week, one day, right after his break ended, so when you wake up, are you just sore all the time? I was like, yep.
All right. I know. So I'm there, and I wonder if Trent, at his age and football miles on him, is he a guy that, it takes a little lube to get going? You know what I mean? You got to put some oil on those joints. So I'm constantly in pain, man. It's ridiculous, dude. Constantly.
Yeah. It was kind of sad. He's like, I woke up and I'm hurting. Is that just the way it is? Like,
it really is that way. Dang.
Oh yeah, and then you just gotta get used to it.
Right. Yeah, and as you get moving, it gets a little better and everything. But
the thing is, when you're in high school and junior high and even little league and you're playing all these sports, and then even you get out, whether you play in college or you're in rec leagues, everybody says, oh, just play hard, play through it, right? Then you get to a certain age where it's like your body says, shouldn't have done that.
Right. Yep. I get it. It's every time I play basketball. It's it takes a week to recover, and so.
But, even the commercials, the mindset is, I'm going to be tough. I'm going to do extra push-ups. I'm going to run an extra mile. And then your back says, you get like 50, 60, your back goes, really? Was that really such a good idea?
Your body shuts you down. Yeah, that's funny.
All right. How'd Brock Purdy look to you?
I did not watch a single snap. I was on my J. I was on my J program, and I just looked at the box score, looked at some of the numbers, saw he threw a pick, so I noticed that. He threw a pick, and so I noticed that, and that's about it, actually.
We got new NFL player rankings today from ESPN. They're ranking the top 100. This is a prediction of how they're going to do this year. Let's see how Brock did. Let's see if there's any other quarterbacks, NFC East quarterbacks that he actually ranks ahead of in the top 30. That's next as we roll on Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy, Kyle Draper. Equip your staff with top-notch uniforms, professionally cleaned and delivered weekly to your workplace by Alsco Uniforms, proud sponsors of the Sacramento Kings Mob Crew. Our services include uniforms, towels, floor mats, mops, first aid supplies, and restroom essentials to uphold cleanliness and safety standards in your business. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Visit alsco.com to learn more. Again, visit alsco.com.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Got a pizza confession to make. What kind of pizza do you like? Any kind of pizza? You pretty traditional when it comes to pizza?
No, I'm just a pepperoni or sausage guy, something like that. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. How about you, Jay?
Pretty basic. Give me the meat.
Mm-hmm. We wanted to get pizza on Saturday. Sheena decided she wanted to get pizza, but not. And I don't have any problem with just about any kind of pizza, but she wanted to go somewhere where we hadn't been before. And so we went to a place called Benji's just for takeout. And so I had pepperoni, and it was great. And she had prosciutto, arugula, and fig on the pizza. Okay? Prosciutto, which is like Canadian bacon.
Yeah.
Arugula.
Yeah.
It's like I'm taking it home. I was like, I can smell the arugula. And the fig, which I don't know.
Like the fruit?
Yes. And I had a piece, and it was actually really good. And I was kind of embarrassed.
No, it's not bad.
Arugula and fig and prosciutto on a pizza?
Well, I had prosciutto on a pizza last week.
Did you?
As a matter of fact. And it was goat cheese on it, not your regular mozzarella. And the only issue I had with it, and you tried the prosciutto.
It was good. Yeah.
But the prosciutto is a little salty, though. It was a little too salty.
That's, I think,
for my
the
taste.
fig is on there.
Right, to balance it out, right? Yeah, and I'm a big fig guy. I love fig.
Man, you ain't popping no fig.
No,
Come on, brother.
Jay, you don't.
You got figs in your refrigerator right now. In your pantry. You got no figs in your pantry.
I'm a fig guy, man. Fig is like a sweet kind of. You have it with crackers.
Notorious FIG.
Exactly. Yeah. Come on, Jay. Jay, of all people, you doubting me? You doubting me? Come on, man. The same dude.
When's the last time you had feed?
It's been a few months, though. But yeah, you serve it on appetizers. You know, when you entertain people, you little cracker.
Part of it,
yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. Come on, Jay, dude. I'm telling you.
Fig salt, like the jelly, like that.
Yes, okay. It's like the jelly. Don't judge a book by its cover, big fella. You know what I mean? Don't do that, Jay. You know me better than that.
All right. So that's
fig pizza, man.
Yeah, that's not out of bounds to you. That pizza I had.
All right. See, you're married,
right?
So you should be comfortable and confident no matter what.
Yeah.
You should be able to say, Sheena, I don't like fig. I'm not eating this tonight.
I just wanted to try it, and it was good.
Let's say you're trying to impress a young lady or something.
Yeah.
Or you're trying to get to know somebody.
Yeah.
You take one for the team. Take the fig. Yeah. See how the night ends up.
Fig. Yeah.
But you married. You don't have to do that, man. You know? You can be like, nah, honey, I don't like this.
Yeah.
You know?
I gave it a shot.
All right.
And it was actually good.
Maybe that's why she still has starry eyes when looking at you, because you eat the fig pizza when you don't like it.
I didn't know I was with the king of the figs here.
I had it like 3 or 4 times in the last year, and now I'm no, I do like fig though.
Yeah.
It is, but it's not something you have every day though.
Yeah,
you know, it's not an everyday kind of thing. It's invite people over, special occasions, something like that.
Our neighbor Skip has a big fig tree on the side of his house, and I mentioned to him, "Boy, we've been admiring your figs." Skip, don't take that the wrong way. So he came over and he left a whole bunch of them in our mailbox, but he dropped them off the day we had left for Hawaii. So
how were they when you came back?
Thanks for the rotten figs.
Right, that's hilarious.
That's a real good neighbor right there. All right, so I gave that a try. ESPN has given this a try, asking a panel of dozens of ESPN NFL experts to rate NFL players based on performance expectations for the 2024 season compared with their peers.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so everything's about expectation for this upcoming season. They got the top 100, and let me just go through here. Let's start at 33. We got Brandon Aiyuk at 33, 32 Jalen Hurts, 31 Will Anderson from the Texans, and 30 Brock Purdy.
Your boy Brock.
Yeah. If you had any thoughts on that?
I mean, he had a tremendous season. I got to see who's ahead of him or behind him. Basically, he's on the same.
Jalen Hurts is behind him.
Yeah, he's on the same level. If you were going to do tiers, he'd be on the same tier.
Oh, we'll get to tiers today. We got a tiers list.
Yeah, we got a tiers list.
Yeah.
No, Brock is he's fine. He can't coming off a hell of a season.
So it goes Puka, Herbert, Dak Prescott, Max Crosby.
Hold up, stop right there. Stop right there.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna throw this back on you guys. Herbert and Dak rated ahead of Brock Purdy. You guys okay with that?
Yeah, they should be. He's going to win a Super Bowl before either one of them.
All right.
He's going to win 3 before either one of them. But I get it because of their pedigree where they were selected. Well, Dak was selected 4th round, but he's the quarterback of the Cowboys.
Look at Herbert's signature stat, Whitey. Herbert had a 17-1 touchdown to interception ratio last season when not pressured.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's not a mark of a good quarterback. I need to know how you operate when pressured. And that's one of the things, Brock Purdy does halfway decent, I believe. To me, when you say Justin Herbert, a 17-1 touchdown interception ratio, that shows me when everything's fine and dandy, when they're perfect conditions and everything, I don't think that's something that they should be highlighting.
Yeah, 23 TDs, 10 interceptions overall. So we'll have to look more closely at those numbers. Did you hear what happened to him over the weekend that Harbaugh was lauding him for?
No.
A bunch of Charger personnel, including him, got stuck in an elevator.
Oh, he was on there? Yeah,
and
a couple
then he
hours,
was in there,
right?
and then when he got out, and Harbaugh's like, oh, he was so calm and cool and collected. He's such a leader because he was stuck in an elevator.
Right. Hyping his quarterback up. Man. Hyping his quarterback.
Yeah, he's good at that. Anyway, let's just go to the top 10. TJ Watt, Christian McCaffrey, Tyreek Hill, Micah Parsons, Jamar Chase, 6, Josh Allen, 5, Myles Garrett, Justin Jefferson, Lamar Jackson, and, of course, Patrick Mahomes. And again, that's not just based on what they've done. That's what these experts say is what they're going to do this year.
It's surprising to me. And did this just come out today or yesterday? Like, why?
I just saw it today.
Justin Jefferson, who's his quarterback? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he's being given the benefit of the doubt, but we don't know, what the quarterback situation is like in Minnesota, and so I think he might take a step back, not necessarily in talent, obviously, but numbers wise. If we're talking about projections, like why is Justin Jefferson projected so high when the quarterback situation is what it is?
Great point.
Sam Darnold?
Yeah. Here's what they say. Jefferson might be the best receiver of this generation, but continued statistical dominance and impact will require a quick and productive transition to Sam Darnold.
There it is. Yep. And it might be because he's the only weapon.
You're right.
Third is kind of high, right?
Yeah.
We're talking third best player in the NFL when you got Sam Darnold as your quarterback. It's hard to swallow on that.
You just about ready for football?
I am. Real football.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, think about it. We got games starting next week. The season begins next Thursday. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm still looking at this list. Jamar Chase, number 6. I don't know. That seems high. I don't know. Maybe ahead of Tyreek Hill. Who would you rather have, Tyreek or Jamar?
I love the Bengals, but to me to have Jamar Chase 6, and I don't even know where Joe Burrow is.
Yeah, where's Joe Burrow, right?
It just seems a little upside down. He's 13th. Joe Burrow's 13th.
And CMC is the highest rated Niner at 9. No Trent Williams? Is Trent
I think he's he's right there. He's number 14.
14 behind Joe Burrow. Okay.
Which is kind of one of the things that makes this list so weird, right? Because you have like Chris Jones 12, Joe Burrow 13, Trent Williams 14. It's like, wait a minute, it's kind of
all over the place.
Different positions, and I'm having a hard time getting a handle on what you're trying to tell me.
Who's Mr. Irrelevant here? Oh, my boy Jalen Carter, number 100.
Yeah, but
on this list.
Top 100.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I know it's not irrelevant. Yeah, that came out today, Whitey. Yeah. That came out today.
Yeah.
ESPN staff.
I was just trying to get more of a reaction out of you that Brock said.
No, I'm not falling for it, dude. Brock is a solid, fine quarterback. What can I say that I haven't already said? I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. You're not going to engage me in any Brock slander or hate. You know what? My blood pressure is high lately. I need to calm down.
The fig will not be fiddled with.
No, I'm not. I could use some fig pizza right now, to be honest with you.
Good. It's pretty good with the prosciutto. Do you want to look at where Keegan ranks in a new list?
Yes, I would love that.
Of power forwards. Yeah, it's a big day of rankings here. We're going to dive into our top 40 Kings as we roll on Sactown Sports.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a notebook for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Might I suggest 2 carts?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and 2-pocket poly folders are only 50 cents each at Staples. NC31 in-store only, limit 10 while supplies last.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
But what was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
You want to close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Thank you for being with us on this Monday. I know you know what day it is, but I think sometimes people in broadcasting, I know I do this, say, oh, glad you're with us on this, whatever day it is, because we're trying to remember ourselves. You know, it's like, this day is it? Thanks for being with us on this Monday.
It's Monday.
Yeah. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. What do you think? Should we try 10?
Oh, shoot. He coming in high.
Feeling lucky?
All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
You never know where you're going to end up with 10. Hey, 10, what's going on? How was your weekend?
Good, Whitey. Thank you for asking. How was yours?
Good. Thanks for asking yourself there. What do you got for us today?
All right. Were you on the top rankings for the NBA or NFL players? NBA, right? Because you asked about Keegan.
Yeah, we were just talking NFL. We're going to kind of transition to NBA forwards. Yes.
Wait. So I'm not sure what to give my take on the current top rankings of the NBA or the NFL.
Let's do. You do NBA, and it'll kind of help us. It'll help us roll into this next segment, so you can set us up. Do your NBA.
So, in general, not top Kings 40 or anything like that. NBA in general, I don't think Keegan falls in the 50, but he can work his way up this year. I just watched the DeMar DeRozan podcast with Jeff Teague.
Yeah.
And I just found out that, and it just came out 3 days ago, that DeMar DeRozan's been playing hoops with Kyle Lowry since like 11, 12 years old.
Thank you, 10.
There you go.
Yeah, appreciate that. I know they were teammates in Toronto. It was difficult for DeMar DeRozan when he got moved.
I tell you what, man. You're the utmost professional. You got 10 off the hook right there. Because, I mean, when you call in, you got to be prepared, 10. You can't be stammering and stuttering and bumbling and fumbling. You got to have a direct, hardcore take. And my guy Whitey just ignored all that. Last 2 minutes of 10 fumbling his words and trying to move on.
Well, he wasn't sure which way to go, so I helped him out. You know, NFL or NBA. So now he did his NBA thing, and now we're just
think about that.
We're on our way.
If 10 doesn't even know where he's going, we don't know. That's why we spin the wheel.
Yeah. He's actually trying to kind of. It's unfortunate to me. It seems like he's trying to, keep the guardrails up. I like the better ones. Like you never know where.
You never know. I'll tell you what, 10. This is what you got to do, big fella. And this is, for anybody listening. Maybe when you call in, you get nervous or something. The more you call in, the easier it becomes. Be like our boy Mitch. Mitch is always calling in. Every day he's trying to get on the radio. 10 calling every day, big fella. And in about 2 to 3 years, you might actually be,
Wow.
No, I'm messing with you, 10. You know you my guy. I'm messing with you, 10. I love you, man. I love you. But no, 10 can always call in.
Speaking of NBA great players and future moves, before we get to the Hoops Hype Power Forward rankings, did you hear what your guy, Kevin O'Connor, said about the Lakers?
No, I did not.
And I know he said it because I heard the audio, because Styles and Watkins had the audio. He was on, I guess.
The Lucas situation?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was kind of vague, but he says in the future, the Lakers are going to make a run at Luka. Is that a thing? I mean, he didn't say when. He just said, that's, they're maintaining some of their future assets because at some point in the future, they want to make a run at Luka. I don't think they're going to get Luka. I think they're going to get Jay's guy.
Who?
They're going to get LaMelo.
Right. That makes sense. That makes more sense.
Luka. And even what does that mean?
There.
When are we talking about? A year from now? 2 years?
2 years from now?
Trade, free agent? What are we talking about?
Kevin O'Connor is just saying stuff. He's just trying to get some clicks, trying to get some engagement, aggregation out there. I just don't see it happening. Like maybe in their mind, Luka is a player that they would want to go after, a player they would want to get. But Whitey, he has 2 more years on his contract and then a 3rd year for player option. So maybe he's talking about in 26, 27, but I just can't see it. By that time, the Lakers will be a shell of himself. LeBron will maybe be retired by then. And so I think that's what he was saying. Luka is like the next guy up. He's just spitballing right now. It's like, was there any sources tell me? Or
but he said it was like it was sourced information, but it was so vague. I don't know that it had any value. I guess what he's saying is at some point over the next 2 to 3 years, if Luka became dissatisfied in Dallas, then maybe he would force their hand and maybe the Lakers would be ready to make a run.
Yes.
It's down my list of NBA priorities.
Dude, it's August. That's what it is, man. People are looking for content, trying to fill some space. It doesn't. I mean, I'm sure Lakers are looking at Giannis. They're looking at LaMelo. They're looking at Trey. I mean, that's what teams do. They look at a bunch of different players.
Right. Speaking of Giannis, he's on top of this list. Hoops Hype. It's a very listy show today already, and it will continue to be. Power forwards, Hoops Hype, listing the top 30 power forwards for 24-25. Giannis is 1. Zion Williamson. Stop me if you guys hear anything you disagree with or want to comment.
All right, stop right there. Right there. Let's have that conversation.
Zion?
Is Zion the second best power forward in the entire NBA?
No, I think he certainly could be. Maybe he could become that, but is he number 2 right now? I don't see that.
And I would love to. I'm looking at the list myself right now. Zion's a great player, tremendous player. Played 70 games last season, 23 points, 5.8 rebounds, 5 assists. But I don't think he's better than. I would probably rather have Paolo right now, maybe.
Yeah. Why don't you go down the list since you have it there?
Yeah, I got it. I got it right here. Paolo Banchero at number 3. So I'd probably flip-flop those guys right from the jump. I'm a big fan of Paolo, younger player, has already proven to be a leader there in Orlando. So I got him at 2, and let's move Zion down to 3. Pascal Siakam at number 4. How you feeling about that?
One of the things I have to admit I'm having an issue with here, some of these guys, the last 3 we mentioned, they're not big rebounders.
Right.
So maybe I just have to realize, power forwards now, they're not playing as close to the basket as they used to. They don't rebound like they used to. That's not their job.
Paolo 7.1 last year. No, but not too bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
That's not terrible, but it's not 10 or 11.
4s used to get, if you didn't get 8 a game as a 4, it's like, what's wrong with you?
Right. And I think this next guy, Whitey, at number 5, probably should get a little more love. Karl Anthony Towns out of the Minnesota Timberwolves organization. I think Towns, if I'm looking at it objectively, Towns has sort of downplayed his game with the ascension of Anthony Edwards. Towns, remember, it was 5, 6, 7 year, whatever it was. We were discussing, talking about people in general. Who would you rather have, Towns or Anthony Davis?
Yeah.
That was the discussion.
Well, because as they point out here, his second year in the league, he was 25-12, and he was third team all league.
Right.
In his third season was third team.
Third team.
Yeah.
All NBA.
25-12 as a second year player. That's pretty good. He hasn't really gotten much better, at least his numbers have.
But because I think when Anthony Edwards comes on, it's like you sort of take a step back. You know, it's like if Zion was playing with LeBron James or something like that. Well, your number's going to take a hit when you play with LeBron. You ain't going to get as many looks as you did. And I think Karl Anthony Towns, when you look at it, the last 2 seasons has been about Anthony Edwards. It's him coming on. Towns last year, 2 years ago, 20.8. Last year, 21.8. But the efficiency is still there for this guy. You know, when you look at it, 50% from the field each of the last 2 seasons. And so I just think it's about opportunity and about not being selfish and saying, you know what, I'm going to sacrifice some of my game so I can let a young player like Anthony Edwards be great.
Do you think the criticism that he's soft is fair? I think that's probably the most common criticism of those who, downgrade him a few notches. Wouldn't you say, Jay, in your opinion, don't you think of him as being Karl Anthony Towns being a little soft?
I think if you ask him personally, he wouldn't be on my top list when it comes to a dog, but I think he also kind of gets a bad rap, fellas.
Mm-hmm. That's what, I agree.
I will admit that. Like, I think he has gotten a rap throughout the NBA and, through people who watch the NBA as being a soft player, and I don't have the proper adjective, but so I just use soft. But for me, he's not someone that I would, hitch my cart to when it comes to like being a rah-rah guy, but I don't think he is as soft as most people view him.
I 100% agree.
Especially mentally.
Yeah.
Mentally, for sure.
The dude been through a lot.
Dude, the pandemic,
decimated his family.
Challenged
with like 7 family members due to COVID. It's been a lot on that guy, and I think he's a tremendous talent. I would probably have him a little higher. I might even have him ahead of Zion, to be honest with you. I'd probably have him 3 behind Paolo and Giannis on this list.
I wonder if at some point here, if Minnesota really is going to be concerned about salary and payroll, right now they're sky high, but if things go sideways, I wonder if he's going to become that next big name who'll be available down the road. And if he is, I'll bet you the Warriors would come a-calling. But again, that's kind of like Kevin O'Connor, like down the road, this could happen.
Right. All right, number 6, Lauri Markkanen. How you feel about that? Good with that? Okay.
I think he's a really good player.
All right.
Definitely top
10 power forward.
Easily. I might even have him top 5, but
okay.
Let's see. Yeah. How
Julius
about you?
Randle. I think he's properly graded right there, ranked right there. And, let's be honest, dude's only had 2 good, great years. You know what I mean? And so, and they haven't produced any wins. He's putting up a lot of numbers on a bad team. And so I don't want to give him, a boost because of that. I think 7 is fine, or 6 is fine.
Another guy with a reputation, perhaps unfairly, being a little bit charming-y.
Yeah, a little soft, but, he's a tremendous player. 23 points, 8 rebounds, only played in 55 games last season, however, was able to knock down the 3. I think he's a good player. As I'm looking at this list, Whitey, and we'll continue it here, I'm noticing the lack of star power at that position. These are all fine players, but outside of Giannis, maybe Zion and Paolo maybe trying to creep into that, it's not a star-laden position. Very good players, but not necessarily stars. So Julius Randle at number 7.
Julius Randle's very talented. I don't like the way he plays. I would have the guy who's right under him a little higher than him, but he's an outstanding player. It's going to be interesting to see how the Knicks sort that out because he's due for an extension, right? Doesn't look like he's going to get max that he would like to get.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, whether it's trade or, potential free agency down the line. And, they mention it right here in the article. Randall's being out played a large role in New York falling in the second round of the playoffs. But then they go on to say, it'll be interesting to see what the Knicks are able to do next season with Randall back in the fold as his return, plus the addition of McHale, OG, Jalen Brunson. I mean, there's a lot of mouths that they have to feed there in New York.
Yes.
And I don't know if Julius Randle, especially the style of play too,
exactly,
like you were saying earlier, I don't know if he fits in with what they're doing anymore out there.
Yeah, we'll see if and when we're going to get to Keegan on this list of the best NBA power forwards when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work, so I went to the doctor. He asked if people in the office smoked. He identified it as being exposed to secondhand smoke. I decided to sue. It was worth it in the end, California being the first state to be smoke-free in workplaces and restaurants in the country.
Andrea was part of a historic movement to ban smoking in the workplace. Learn how she and other Californians are fighting big tobacco at undo.org.
I just don't like going to church, man. I don't like the people there. People at church have like coworker vibes.
Ralph Barbosa, the super cool ass tour.
Like some of them are cool, but most of them, they're just being fake nice because they want that promotion. Like if those are the people that are going to be hanging out in heaven, I just go to hell.
Saturday, September 7th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Get tickets now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the hilarious Ralph Barbosa live.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. Let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Wanted me, I wish I knew. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
We're looking at a hoops hype ranking of the top power forwards in the NBA. Where is Keegan Murray on that list? We've made it, 7 spots down? No Keegan yet.
No Keegan yet. Down. Yeah, and that's okay so far.
Yeah, that's all right.
Number 8.
Yeah.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
Jaren Jackson Jr.
Good player.
Bad rebounder.
Yeah, doesn't rebound much, but great defender. Former defensive player of the year. So, I'm okay with that at 8. Number 9, Evan Mobley.
Evan Mobley's a good player.
He is. And I think that the thing about Evan Mobley, as we continue this list, his impact is probably greater than the numbers indicate. You know what I mean? I don't think he's necessarily a stat stuffer in terms of he's not going to get you 35 points or anything, but he impacts the game on both ends of the floor. He's an excellent player. How about this? He hit 37% from three last year in 50 games. So I'm okay with Evan Mobley being right there.
Yeah, and he makes them better. The analytics point that out. There are still some, I think, who are looking at him and thinking he may still have ananother gear. He may make a jump this year. Maybe not. Or he's going to settle into this level of, consistently contributing to what they're doing. But some think he could still become an even better player this year.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Number 10, Aaron Gordon of Denver.
Underrated. He's a good player.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think he should be higher than 10?
I think he's better than some of the guys we've mentioned.
Tell me who, big fella. Tell me you got to put some names to it.
I know his numbers don't compare, but I think he's better than
Julius Randle.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'd have him a little higher.
A little higher.
Yes, because he's so rock solid and he helped transform them. And one of the things he did, one of the reasons his numbers are down is because when he was in Orlando, it was like he was the guy, right?
Yeah.
Now on Orlando, he's off the ball and he's able to make cuts and get the passes from Jokic. I think he's very solid power forward.
All right. Number 11, Kyle Kuzma. No?
No.
Really?
I don't even think of him as a power forward. I know he is. And I know when we talked about the Kings, they need a power forward, and I was right there with everybody. Yeah, Kuzma, why not? I don't know what he is. I'm pleading ignorance.
How about front court player? But the same could be said as we get to this list. Like Keegan Murray, is he really a power forward in the NBA?
We're gonna find out this year.
Well, we'll find. He's going to be playing it this year. Kuzma, accurately ranked 12. Miles Bridges, Jay's guy. Miles Bridges puts up numbers on a bad team.
Underrated.
Yeah, I think he is.
Really?
I would have Kuzma. Kuzma to me is too high.
Okay.
I don't even take Kuzma seriously anymore.
Hold up. Where are we talking for 4 months about Kuzma's the guy? You got to get Kuzma. Are you soured on him now?
Like I said, he's a guy that seems pretty happy playing on a bad team. So good for him.
Okay.
All the best to you.
All right.
Not impressed, and I don't want you on my team.
This ain't the Kyle Kuzma show, so I'm not going to push back or anything like that. We're going to move on. Bridges at 12. What Jay says, underrated. Puts up a lot of numbers on bad team. A lot of empty stats.
The one thing that stands out of him, comparing him to the other guys on the list, not a great outside shooter.
Not a great shooter.
3-point numbers are not terrible, but so many of these guys is interesting are pure and true stretch fours.
Yeah, and it says his Bridges might be similar to Kuzma in that he could be a very good role player on a contender, but as a team's top scorer, he'll put up numbers, but they won't really lead to team success.
Yeah.
Number 13, Jeremy Grant of the Portland Trailblazers.
I like Jeremy Grant. I run hot and cold on Jeremy Grant. But where's Keegan?
14, young Keegan.
Sorry.
How about that? Keegan. Let's see what they say about Keegan. After a very promising rookie season, Kings forward Keegan Murray took a slight step back in 2023-24, seeing his three-point percentage fall from 41.1 to 35.8. However, he's too talented of a scorer, specifically as a shooter, for us not to think his third season will look more like his rookie year as far as three-point accuracy. There's a reason Murray has been made unavailable in trade talks by Sacramento thus far. What do you think about Keegan at 14?
Fair enough. And as we all know, you haven't talked about it as much lately, but you've been on it quite a bit. The fact that the Kings need him to be a breakout player.
Yeah, but and I haven't talked about it because they got DeMar DeRozan now.
Yeah.
And if there was no DeMar, Keegan would have to be our second option. Like he'd have to be a 19, 20 point per game scorer. I don't necessarily need that from him now. I would like 17, 18 points. I would like a better 3-point percentage. Going from 41 to 35, that's a pretty big fall.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not, an insignificant amount. And so in that respect, he did take a step back. He improved defensively, but to your point also, and I understand he plays with DeMar DeRozan, his rebounding numbers, 5.5 rebounds per game. I mean, Domantas Sabonis, he plays with Sabonis, 5 point. I would like to see that higher. I think this is a big season for Keegan in this respect, Whitey. I need more consistency from him. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be 30 a night. I don't need that, Keegan. But he has to be one of the feared guys on the floor each and every night.
Yeah.
You know, he can't just be blending in. He's too good for that.
Doesn't need to average 22 a game. It'd be great if he did. But
Right.
he needs to be a threat every night.
Every night. He can't be a role player. You know what I mean? Like, if we were talking the pecking order of this Kings team offensively, I would probably have Keegan third on this list, ahead of Domas, ahead of Malik, just behind De'Aaron and DeMar DeRozan. But he needs to be, like, when you think of a big three, let's say, I say, look at Boston. You got Tatum, you got Brown. Porzingis had a hell of a season. He is close to 20 points per game. Like, Keegan has to be in that mindset. I've said it before, and I'll say it again when it comes to Keegan Murray. Don't just be satisfied with what you're being fed. Go out there and take something. You know what I mean? Go out there and take the 20 shots on any given night. Go out there and, you know what? The play may call for this, but I'm going to do this. Like, I think he needs to be more aggressive in that respect.
The fact that the Kings did not consider trading him, he was not anywhere near any trade talks, tells you that A, they believe that he can become that type of player, and B, the whole thing is built on the premise of him becoming that player.
Right.
It's not just that we think he's great. They need him to be great, to become as good as they plan and hope to be.
Right. Ultimately, if we're talking about winning the championship, Keegan can't be just a bit player. He got to be, like you said, feared every single night. You know, a guy that's, you know, being game planned for every single night. And so 14's
fair enough, but they need him to move up that list.
they need him. I mean, the dude's in the former number 4 overall pick for a reason. Like, let's go. Now you're going into your third year. We've seen some development from Keegan. Now it's time to put it all together. Here's the thing about Keegan that I want to see. When I look at the other guys on this list, Whitey, whether it's the Kuzma, the Jeremy Grant, the Bridges, all of these guys on this list, Jaren Jackson Jr., I could argue all these guys on this list, Whitey, walk around with a little bit of an edge, a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. Like, they know they're the man. They may not be it, but they sure as hell think it. You know what I mean? Like, Kuzma thinks he's probably, you know, great.
Yeah.
But he's not, but he thinks it.
Yeah.
I need that from Keegan. I need Keegan to think that he's the man. You might not be, but give me some of that swagger. I would like some of that.
I was going to make fun of you because John Collins, your guy, is 19th on this list.
Yeah.
But I can't because my guy, Cam Johnson, is 21st.
Oh, 21st, man. He's behind PJ Washington. Draymond is 18.
Draymond Green, what?
Wow. Draymond. Obi Toppin is ahead of your guy.
That's wrong. These numbers are wrong.
Obi Toppin, 10 points per game. Obi Toppin. Cam Johnson.
I don't know that he's a true 4. I would say that.
Who, Cam?
Cam.
Yeah. I put him in the category of Keegan and Kuzma and those kind of guys. Probably small forwards, but that have to play the 4. How about Gigi Jackson, 22nd? Your guy's just ahead of Gigi. Wow, people are high on him. Patrick Williams can't seem to stay on the floor.
Yeah.
He's at 23, 43 games.
Do you agree with what this Hoops Hype panel says about your guy, John Collins? And I haven't looked at it yet.
All right, I'm about to take a look at it right now. Let me see exactly what they say. A nice little long write-up about John Collins.
They say it's the opposite of Draymond. Draymond doesn't put up numbers, but helps you win. They're saying John Collins puts up solid numbers, but they don't seem to help you win.
Nah, I can't. I'm not co-signing that.
That's what it says.
That's what it says. Yeah. I can't co-sign what they're saying because here's the thing about John Collins. I'm a firm believer, and if he's in the right culture, the right system, with the right people around him, he will be a better player. And I'm not talking statistically. I don't care about the stats. I care about, can he help you win basketball games, a la Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon's numbers went down, Whitey, but his impact went up. in terms of winning. That's how I feel about John Collins. I don't need him to come in here and be a 22-point per game guy. Come in here, rebound, play good defense, catch a couple of lobs, knock down a couple of threes. His numbers in Utah last season, 15 points, 8.5 rebounds. I would take that in a heartbeat here in Sacramento. 37.1% three-point percentage. I would take that as a power forward here in Sacramento.
The nicest thing they say about your guy is maybe if he had a better team fit around him, perhaps playing with better defensive centers, he might be able to get back to making a more positive impact like he did earlier on in his career.
And I look at the two franchises he's been with, the Atlanta Hawks, they're dog of a franchise right now in Utah, which doesn't have any plan. That's what I'm talking about. Get to a stable organization like the Kings, and I think he could have a much bigger impact.
We got another list to digest when we come back. The annual quarterback tiers list from Mike Sando is going to join us 4 o'clock hour today. Brock Purdy is moving up that list. We'll get to that next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton and Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the Water Wheel.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
The new quarterback tiers are here. Mike Sando does this every year in The Athletic. He talks to 50 NFL coaches and executives, granting them anonymity to share candidate evaluations. And then he puts the quarterbacks into tiers. Mike Sando going to join us today, 4:30, to discuss these results. But Kyle Draper, tier one quarterbacks can carry the team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations. He has no real holes in his game. According to these experts, there are only 3 such quarterbacks in the NFL today. Patrick Mahomes 1, Joe Burrow 2nd, and Josh Allen. Those are the only tier 1 quarterbacks in the game. What do you think? That's it. Here's the difference. Tier 2.
Yeah, let me marinate on this.
A tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game. So tier 2, you got Lamar Jackson. He was tier 2 last year as well. Matthew Stafford is also tier 2. Justin Herbert dropped from tier 1.
He was in tier 1.
Tier 1 last year.
See, Eric Golden Boy.
People love him.
Yeah, they do.
Aaron Rodgers was in tier 1 last year.
Tier 6.
The whole thing about Aaron Rodgers is, does anyone have any idea?
We don't know what he's going to look like. Yeah, we have no idea.
First year in the tiers, and he's in number 2, C.J. Stroud.
New to the tiers. Okay.
Listen to some of the things that NFL people say about him. One voter said, and this could have been a coach, an executive, I knew it right away. I was watching him play at Baltimore in his first game ever. In the first 15 plays, I was like, okay, they got a quarterback. I saw him flicking his wrist, moving in the pocket. You can just see it. A head coach said, I think he's special. He can make plays on rhythm. He can read coverage. He can get through progressions. He can manipulate coverages. He can create off schedule a lot better.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud. That's impressive.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And
let me as we go down this list, this tiers. Tier 1 is 3 players.
Right.
Tier 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 players.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it should be a tier 2A and a tier 2B or something like that. And I feel like as we go through this list, and Jay is going to see some of these names and hear some of these names, he's going to be like, what? I feel like there's different levels to tier 2, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you about it coming up here.
You probably because Jalen Hurts is coming up here,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
C.J. Stroud 8, Dak Prescott 9, Jared Goff 10, Jalen Hurts 11, Brock Purdy 12. So right there.
Yeah, right there. Based off of last season, 100%. Jalen Hurts didn't have a great season. Purdy jumped 2 tiers.
Yep, he was tier 4 last year.
Yeah, how about that?
Uh-huh.
You want to read what they say about him?
You go ahead.
All right.
I think it'd be good for
An offensive play caller said, I honestly could debate calling Brock a tier 1 guy.
Ooh.
He's really underrated. Kyle Shanahan deserves a ton of credit, but there still has to be somebody at the switch. An assistant GM said, I would slide him to the top of tier 3. I'm not sold that it is a universal skill set for varying systems, but for their system and their offense, they greatly capitalize on what his abilities are. That is a credit to the coaching staff. I like that. That's kind of what I've been saying. You know, take him out of this system.
What, that he's
Let's
tier
see him-
1?
No, that he's probably a tier 3 guy. He's capitalizing on the system. Put him on New England right now. He would struggle. He's not making players better, in my opinion. Patrick Mahomes makes guys better. Burrow, Josh Allen, I still think, they're probably in a different category than Pat Mahomes. Like, Pat Mahomes is in his own category, I feel like.
Yeah, and he is. I mean, there's only 2 other guys in this category. So you don't think he belongs there in tier 2 with the other 2 guys in tier 2 are Cousins and Jordan Love?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we could have this discussion right now, and I'm not trying to knock Brock at all. This is about the system, their tier system that they got here. Is Brock Purdy and Kirk Cousins really in the same tier of quarterback?
No way.
Like, That's what blows my mind. Like, is Lamar Jackson really in the same tier as Kirk Cousins?
No. But
like,
Lamar Jackson is 4 and Kirk Cousins is 13.
But he's saying
so there's a difference there.
But it's still the same tier. You know, it says a tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possessions other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game.
Mm-hmm.
I think even if it's the top of tier 2 versus the bottom of tier, the fact that they're in the same tier is sort of disrespectful to Lamar Jackson, I feel like.
I understand your point.
That's why I say it
like
should
Jay's
be
with you.
2A and a 2B or something like that. Like, there needs to be a line of demarcation between those.
But to me, I don't have a problem with it because, like I said, and as you have in front of you, Lamar Jackson is 4 and Kirk Cousins is 13. So, yeah, they're in the same tier, but still much higher in that tier is Lamar Jackson. The interesting thing about Brock Purdy, you go back a year ago and trying to look at it objectively. And I know it's hard for you and I, and we go back and forth. And a lot of it's just fun, but trying to look at it objectively, it seems like the Brock Purdy narrative, it used to be, I don't know, maybe 55-45 that I'm not sold about him. And now the line, I think, is more 60 are sold and there's still 40 and you're in the 40. They're like, I don't know. You know, I think the line has moved, but there's still a decent size contingent of football observers who feel like, yeah, he's a system quarterback.
Are we okay with Brock being the 12th rated quarterback on this list? If we're ignoring tiers and saying, are we okay with him not being a top 10 quarterback on this list?
As you look at the names, I think it's pretty fair.
Like, is Jared Goff? Are we bullish on Jared Goff?
Jared Goff was pretty solid last year. And, it's close enough where to me, I kind of round off. Brock Purdy, 12. Okay, tier 2. I'm all right with it. I see your point. You would have him lower, right? You would have Brock Purdy lower.
No, remember, I had him like 9 to 11 on my, like, lower in that way. Yeah. Like, from 9, 10, or 11, I had Brock Purdy. Like, for instance, I probably would have Brock Purdy ahead of Jared Goff.
Okay.
Like, Goff had a fantastic season, led the Lions. We know that. But I would probably have him ahead of Jared Goff. I also, when I look at it, like, I get the love affair with CJ Stroud. It bothers me just a little bit, though, that, this guy is being anointed. And how about Justin Herbert being 5? What has he accomplished in his career? And so, I think, and you got Matthew Stafford at 5 as well, like tied for 5th. I look at it, and I think Brock Purdy's probably somewhere around 9 or 10. I think him and Jalen Hurts are sort of in a similar category going into this season. I don't have a problem with that.
Then after that, you've got tier 3, by the way. It's Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr, Geno, and Russell Wilson. He's the last guy in tier 3. And again, this is just how scouts and executives and GMs see them right now. I don't think they look so much at, well, what were his numbers? And they just look at, this is how good I think this guy is. And they tend to look at things differently than we do.
Yeah. How do you feel about Russell Wilson being in the same category as Geno Smith? Like, I think Geno's clearly better. Like they shouldn't even be mentioned in the same breath.
I think Russ is still getting the benefit of the doubt for what he was.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's going to be the starter there. It looks like, based on what Coach Tomlin said, I don't think they've made it official yet because they have some practices and scrimmages. And he said, well, we want to let this thing play out. But it looks like they're pleased enough with Russell Wilson's efforts in their final preseason game. Looks like he's going to be the starter there. So there's still that hope that he's going to be Russell Wilson again someday. We were asking last week, what happened to him? He just hangs on to the ball too long.
Right? Takes unnecessary hits and sacks and is late on things. I hear you on that. And he retained his tier. He was tier 3 last year, tier 3 this year. I just feel like he's slipped into that tier 4 category where it's just like, you know what? You're not any good anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, he was just right on the edge there. By the way, tier 4, Daniel Jones dropped 1 tier. Justin Fields dropped 1 tier. Gardner Minshew retained his tier. Who else dropped? And then you've also got Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, Bryce Young, Sam Darnold, and Jacoby Brissett.
How about this on the text line from the 916? No respect for Tua. Ridiculous. What do you think about that?
I do think that's a little low for Tua. Tier 3, 15.
15.
Mm-hmm. See, it's funny. I think Tua gets docked for the same thing Purdy gets docked for because they're playing in the same system, basically, different personnel. And I think some people look at Tua and come to the same conclusion, which is, that's the system. It's not the guy.
Yeah, but he had a fantastic season. And, the weapons that he has, I'm reading about it. One head coach said I put him right in the middle of that tier 2 stack, actually. So they would probably have him up. He's going to throw for 4,500 yards, a gazillion touchdowns. I'm with the texter. I do feel like Tua is sort of disrespected. This was a guy that was in the MVP conversation a couple of years ago before he got dinged up with the concussions. I mean, this guy is a talent out there, and he's probably, when it's all said and done in this NFL, he's probably a 10 to 12 quarterback, top 10, 12 quarterback in the league.
One of the things that this conversation always comes back to is how good is Dak, and we'll tackle that when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And Logan Ryan picks him up. Looks like they're playing man. Laporte is over there as well. It's 5 out. It's empty on 4th down. Goff back. Not going to get out to his right. Being chased. Throws, and it is incomplete. The 49ers take over on 4th down again.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
Close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
Get it. You ain't nothing but a dog.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sactown Sports.
How might this impact the Brandon Aiyuk negotiations? Sources: Cowboys CeeDee Lamb agreed to a 4-year, $136 million deal. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb ending his holdout, agreeing to a 4-year, $136 million deal, making him the second highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. The deal includes a $38 million signing bonus, largest ever given to a wide receiver, $100 million guaranteed. I wonder if this will in any way prod the Aiyuk situation towards its whatever conclusion it's going to reach eventually?
Well, I mean, I think we could all agree CeeDee Lamb's a better wide receiver than Brandon Aiyuk, but now to me that gives Aiyuk a little more ammunition because if CeeDee's at 34, I'm at least at 29 or 30, right? Like I should be right in that range. I'm not 34, I get that, but I ain't 26 either.
So Justin Jefferson 35, and so CeeDee Lamb it pencils out to 34.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, if you do the math, 34.
And then AJ Brown 32, Amon-Ra St. Brown 30, Tyreek Hill 30.
Right. Now, and if I'm Tyreek Hill's representatives, I'm like, hold on here. I'm leaving some money on the table here, right? Can we renegotiate again? Like, I need to, I think the one that's really throwing things off kilter is Jalen Waddle. What's he, you got that right? Is he at 28?
I don't have that.
Yeah, I think he's at 28. And if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm looking at that number saying they're paying their number 2 wide receiver more than you guys are offering me your number 1 wide receiver. And so that's the contract I feel like that's throwing everything sort of, out of whack when it comes to this negotiation between the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk.
Now, according to reports, the Steelers if they were to trade for Aiyuk, they'd pay him about 28.
Right.
Seen that. So, which again seems low.
Yeah.
And the Patriots were willing to pay him more, but he didn't want to go to the Patriots.
Yeah, I have no idea what these, what the offers for Aiyuk are, because like you said, we're hearing, the Steelers are at 28, the Patriots were at 32. We heard the Niners budged on their offer from 26. And the question is, what does Aiyuk want? Does anybody really know?
By the way, I just tried to look this up. We were talking about the highest paid receivers, and I found a list here, NFL's highest paid receivers, but it's from May. And so look how much things have changed since May.
Yeah.
This is useless now.
Right. What do they have on there?
They have, let's see, highest paid receiver, AJ Brown, $32 million.
Yep, that's changed.
Amon-Ra St. Brown is second with at $30 million.
Yep.
Tyreek Hill is third at $30 million per year. Devontae Adams is fourth, followed by Cooper Kupp. So it tells you how much things have changed.
Things have definitely changed since then. Wow. Things are definitely different. I mean, Aiyuk's to me a $29 million guy. He's a $29 to $30 million guy, number 1 receiver on this team. Pay him like that. You ain't paying him $34, $35 million. He's not in that category, but he should be a $29, $30 million.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Rich has been hanging on. What's up, Rich? How are you?
Hey, guys. Enjoying the show. I had a comment about what Kyle said about Keegan.
Yes.
I agree with him, and I agree with him in this way. I remember De'Aaron Fox working out with him intensively a couple of summers ago, and they asked De'Aaron, and De'Aaron said he's like a robot. That was his exact word. In other words, he doesn't get tired. He doesn't show emotion. And I think that he has really all-star talent, no doubt. But he lacks the fire that made Michael Jordan, or Kobe. He doesn't have a killer instinct. And I think he has some kind of trauma that stops him from being excited about anything. It's definitely not normal the way that he acts. You can see him at the end of the game. He can barely show any kind of enthusiasm. That's definitely, he's got a character flaw that will prevent that guy from ever becoming great. That's just my opinion.
All right. Thank you, Rich. Character flaw.
Dang, I know Rich does getting a little personal there. It sounded like,
that's your opinion, and thank you for sharing it. But I feel like we definitely going beyond the evidence to suggest he has a character flaw or suffered some kind of trauma that prevents him from enjoying things.
Well, here's the thing, though, Whitey, about Keegan. And I think, when you look at him and his time here in Sacramento, barely smiling, barely having a reaction, it's been viewed as cute, funny. And it's sort of like you almost start playing a role. That's how people think you are and you should act, and so part of me wonders if he's living up to that. You know, it's like even when we have hey, Alan Styles, don't be coming up in here, but I don't interrupt your show, big fella. Got your little smoothie container. Alan Styles just walked in, sneaking in like a grandma looking for change in the couch or something like that. But here's the thing about like
he left a long time ago.
I know he came back just for that, bro. Call it a day. Get it tomorrow. My God, it was a little like what mug or like what do you call that? Like a smoothie container,
wannabe thermos.
Yeah, wannabe thermos. But I think we expect Keegan to be that way, and so he's almost giving us what we expect, instead of just being himself. I'm not going to agree with that last caller. I mean, he took some personal shots. I don't think
he meant to, but he did.
Right, he did. I just go back to what I said earlier. The players on the Hoops Hype power forward list all think they are better than what they really are. I need Keegan to get that. I need Keegan to walk with a little bit of swagger. And maybe he knows that inside, but he doesn't project that. Those guys, they walk in, Kuzma's like, I'm about to get 40 tonight. Like, I need Keegan to have that mentality too, Whitey.
Yeah, but what he means is I'm going to get up 40 shots. I'm putting up 40 shots. From the 916, it's a shame we don't have the infectious spirit of Halliburton leading this team. From another number in the 916, they used to say Alonzo Mourning didn't show enough emotion.
I never remember that. To me, Alonzo Mourning was all about emotion. I remember watching him at Georgetown, blocking shots, fist pumping and everything. I disagree with that, Alonzo Mourning. But Keegan, I guess when you put up numbers, if you like, we don't care about that. But in terms of fitting in terms of, I had a friend who played in the NBA. I've told this story before. I'll tell it again. Josh Childress. Pac-12 Player of the Year, Pac-10 back then, I believe. Went to Stanford, Atlanta Hawks. He was so enamored with, or his thought process was really about fitting in with the team, running the play. Mike Woodson was his coach at the time. I used to always want Mike to say, Josh, tonight, you got to get it up 20 times. I wish Mike Brown would say, Keegan, tonight, you better pull that thing. And he has said that sometimes. He said, if you don't shoot, I'm a yank you. Like, he has to bust through the curtain, if you will, and he'll see the light. He'll see it makes the game so much easier. It's tough, man.
Be interesting to see if DeMar DeRozan is somebody who can help Keegan find that next gear. DeMar DeRozan, by all accounts, really good at working, helping young players find their way. And maybe we're making too much of Keegan. Obviously, 2 years ago, he was an outstanding rookie on a team that shocked the basketball world. Last year, took a step back. So maybe it's not as big a problem as we are making it out to be.
Yeah, and here's the thing, though, too.
But he does need to get better.
Right. And I see people on the text line, 530. Tim Duncan rarely showed emotion from the 916. Real ones don't got to say he's real as long as he knows it. That's the thing. Nobody's talking about, I'm not talking about emotion. I'm talking about the thought process, how you think about yourself, how you view, like, when you talk about great players, ask Paolo Banchero, talk to anybody. I don't care who's on the floor with them. They feel like they're the best player. They don't say it. They're not, look at me. But in their mind, they're walking in and they're going to bust your butt. They're going to bust your ass. I'm going to just say, Keegan, I need that mentality from him. I'm not saying rah, bump your chest or anything like that. But when you walk into that gym, say, you know what? I'm going to bust their ass today.
Yeah, all these things go hand in hand. The way I put it is he just has to play with force.
Right.
You have to play and impose your will on the other team more frequently than he has. We certainly know he can do it.
Right.
But it doesn't happen often enough. Is that because he doesn't show emotion? I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I don't care. As long as you're able to play with force, doesn't matter how much emotion you're showing.
Exactly. Like you said, you don't have to be the loudest screamer out there or anything like that. You ain't got to go, when you dunk or anything like that. But there's a way, like Whitey is saying, to play with force, and we could feel it. I feel like at times Keegan's out there playing, and we've seen him crank it up a little bit. I would like to see it more.
Back to the quarterbacks when we come right back. It's hard to have an unforgettable preseason game, but that's what Trey Lance just did. And we'll get to the DAC conversation as well next on Sactown Sports.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to procourtchampionship.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Before we get back to the NFL, the NBA, just got this note Jay passed along from Vital Vegas, at Vital Vegas on X. October 9th at 2:30 a.m., Drapes. Dear listener, that's when the Tropicana in Vegas is scheduled to implode.
Oh, so we got a date now, huh?
Yeah, although I think that was probably going to happen regardless of where the ballpark plans went. I think they were planning to tear that sucker down anyway.
Yeah.
But that's supposed to be the future site of an A's ballpark.
Yeah, I was just in Vegas, obviously, last month. I think I might go there this week, actually, for a quick overnighter. And it's coming down. It's already, it's hanging on by a thread, talking about the Tropicana. So it's coming down.
Yeah, crews are readying a portion of the site for the Athletics' planned Las Vegas ballpark.
Planned.
They'll have money necessarily to pay for it, but
it's planned. It's just going to be sitting there empty, huh?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll figure it out.
It's getting more and more sad. I'll be honest. To me, watch the games in Oakland and hearing what the other broadcast crews are saying and seeing the reactions from fans. And I know they're coming here next year, and it's exciting, but I'm telling you, the A's leaving Oakland, Jay, it's a sad thing in and of itself. Forget what's supposed to happen next year. We don't know where it's going to end up, but the A's leaving Oakland is a sad, sad thing.
Of course it is. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
We're just, in Sacramento, we get to reap some of the benefits if that's the proper way to go about it.
Yeah.
We're reaping the benefits of them moving. And so we're torn here in Sacramento. Now, if I'm sitting in, to Louisville, like where Drapes worked before, if I'm sitting in Louisville and I'm an A's fan, I'm tore up, but at the same time, and I'll continue to keep on saying this. How many, and correct, please, I can't remember how many people were throwing their hands in the air when the A's were allegedly moving to San Jose or allegedly moving to Fremont. Like, we still, as A's fans, are like, okay, that's cool, no problem. If it happens to be in Sacramento, it's not the worst. It could be in Vegas,
right?
That's a little different, So I'm looking at the half glass full. I got my, as Drape said, I got my onesie on with the Oakland A's.
Right.
I'm rocking the green and yellow onesie.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Drapes, let's bring in your buddy Frank joining us here in Sactown Sports. What's up, Frank?
Hey, Drapes, I just got back from Vegas this weekend. I went to the Raider game.
How was that, Big Frank?
It was all good. But first, I called about the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
What's this stuff I hear Carmichael Dave saying the A's aren't going to work here? Man, that guy's a fool, dude. You're about to I mean, the A's are going to win the AL West next year, man.
How do you think it's going to work? Right? How about the ballpark? I'm sure that's what Dave's talking about. It's more the ballpark.
Well, I don't care. Sacramento is going to get the benefit of the A's next year coming here and having a damn good team, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be one of the top teams. I was watching MLB Central today. Dan Dunette from MLB Central picked his top two teams that will compete for the playoffs next year, the Nationals and the A's.
Really? Dang. You've been saying that for a while. You've been singing their praises for a while. Yeah.
He says the A's are stacked. They got talent coming big time. Big time pitching. Their infield set. They're catching everything. They're set next year. He said they're going to compete for a wild card or win the AL West.
Wow.
And here's another thing I'll tell you, Whitey.
Yeah.
Right now,
yeah,
the A's will knock the Astros out of first, and Seattle will win the division due to the Oakland A's because they're going to dominate the Astros in the AL West this year.
All right, Frank. Thank you.
All right, Frank.
Yeah.
All right.
That's not the first time he's shared that.
Oh, really?
Very bullish on the
A's, huh?
Yeah, the A's. Can't even call them Sacramento A's. Can't even call them the Oakland.
Yeah, you can. You call them Sac A's.
But they don't even call themselves that.
Well, when they cross over,
what do they call them?
When they transition,
the A's, the Athletics on the schedule.
So it's just
next
the
year.
A's.
You look at if you're whoever team, the Washington Nationals. I don't even know if they come here, but Washington Nationals at Athletics.
The A's. Huh. What about the NorCal A's?
No, Sacramento, baby. We're calling it unofficially. They will be the Sacramento A's. Now, whatever, Jeff Fisher and the folks down there want to do, that's between them and them.
I don't know why they could. John Fisher? Yeah.
Excuse me, John Fisher. What I say? I don't even.
Jeff Fisher. You had me thinking, Jeff Fisher.
Quarterback?
Jeff Fisher,
right.
the former coach.
The coach,
yeah.
Titans.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys, Jay and Whitey, it may not be a team mandated name, but there will be people selling Sacramento A's gear.
See that?
It will be
I will be buying it. That's right.
It won't be
that
authentic.
Makes it worse.
Really?
Well,
what?
I mean, if people want to sell unauthorized stuff, fine. People buy it or they don't. But to me, if the A's sell stuff that says Sacramento.
Oh, okay. All right.
But they don't say that.
They don't call it.
Maybe they'll have a patch or something. But to me, it's like, wait. You want me to buy a Sacramento shirt, but you won't even say you're Sacramento? So I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't even come to that. We'll cross that Tower Bridge if and when we come to it. But that would irritate me.
Why are you so offended that they won't say Sacramento A's?
Because I just feel like it's the least for what we're putting into it. What the community's putting into it and the efforts that those in the community have been bending over backwards to make this work for the A's. Oh, we'll help you out. If it's not like they're going to be a year or two, at least 3
years.
You know, and I think it might've been you that pointed out, Kyle, that when the New Orleans Hornets were in Oklahoma City, the temporary basis, and it wasn't as long as 3 years, they called them the New Orleans OKC Hornets.
They did. Yeah.
Slash.
That's what
right?
they were.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting. would John Fisher want it to be called the Oakland Sacramento A's? Probably. I think he wants any ties with Oakland to be severed.
Just be Sacramento.
Right.
Sacramento A's.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
For 3 years plus. Don't you think that fourth year is almost a given?
I'm looking at.
I mean, they haven't broke ground. They haven't done anything. Yeah. Jay said a decade.
I'm looking at a lifetime.
Oh man.
You're gonna have to build a new stadium, Jay.
Sacramento will get it done, baby. I got faith. City of Trees, man. This is what we do.
Yeah.
You know, we were, and I say we were ready. Like I have $5 on the table, but we were ready to build the MLS stadium, which may have coexisted with Sac State with the buzz. We're ready to go. We got things in place. We're, listen. The folks downtown are charging us when we go downtown to park Sundays and past 10 o'clock now and all that type of stuff, all these different mandates. Hey, man, y'all better pull some of that change out these meter machines and figure out a stadium, figure out an arena, So I think.
Isn't some of that money still paying for the Golden One? Or
kind of. Yeah, but guess what? Guess the great part about that is the person that's handling all that money or part of that group or whatever is the owner of the Kings and the person that's going to have a hand in what's going on with the Sacramento A's. So I think it's you can't tell me Vivek and his ownership group, if it came down to moving a little money, taking something out of the 401k, put it in the IRA, take the Roth and move some stuff around. Yeah, they'll make it happen. I believe it.
Here's the issue though, Jay, and I wish you were 100% right. If the A's are going to stay and the new stadium needs to be built, got to include public funding, right?
Yeah, it will.
Are we in a position as a county, an area, a region to go to the voters and ask for money? In California, where I hear people all the time talking about how much we're taxed for, how much things are, how expensive. And I think that's the fight that's going to, determine whether or not the A's stay here. Let's say the Vegas thing falls through. Are we sure the money's going to be there to build something?
You go back 20, 25 years ago in California, you couldn't get that done. You couldn't get a facility built.
Right.
You look how many have been built since then. I mean, you got Staples, you got Chase, you got Golden One, you got Levi Stadium. There have been a lot of stadiums that have been built.
You are 100% right. And maybe it's just me, but I feel the temperature is different now than when all those things, prior to 2020.
You mean the economy, Drake?
Yeah, I'm talking economy and exactly. I feel, especially, I forget who I was talking to the other day. They were complaining that, eggs were like $8 and everything. And now are we going to ask the people, and we're still years away from this, but are we really going to ask people to, pony up? Maybe it's like other cities do. The tourism thing. You rent a car in Sac at the airport, $225 a car fee for a new ballpark or something like that.
Yeah. I just think a number of those, whatever you want to call them, methods, they've already used those to pay for the Golden One.
Yeah.
I don't know how many more options are available.
Yeah, that's going to be a hurdle. That's going to be a hurdle.
By the way, did you see the Trey Lance passing line from the Cowboys-Chargers game? Have you ever seen anything like it? Did you see it? 33 for 49 for 323 yards, 1 touchdown.
Sizzling.
And 5 interceptions. 5 interceptions. 90 yards rushing, 1 touchdown, and he fumbled twice, and I think they lost both fumbles. So he turned the ball over 7 times, but he threw for 323 yards.
The good and the bad with Trey, right?
What
do you make of that?
Yeah. Jerry Jones says he hadn't had enough reps, and he's going to be on the roster. So I guess we're going to get more chances, but normally when you make a trade like the 49ers did for Trey Lance, you trade up, get Trey Lance, give up as much as you give up to get him, and he's not that good. Normally people lose their jobs.
Yeah. Well, they would have.
Maybe
if
so.
Brock
wouldn't
fallen into their lap. Yeah, saved their job. Let me ask you, because and I'm looking at Trey's numbers, and you're right, 5 interceptions. Wow, but he threw for 300. Robert Griffin, the third, he was on Twitter, and he surmises that Trey Lance can still be a good NFL quarterback he's just being put in the wrong systems.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know what kind of system, but did you see the scramble he had for the touchdown? Like he ran out to the left and
he had the long touchdown run.
Yeah, the long touchdown run. I mean, so there's something there, but him and Dak are two completely different quarterbacks. So if you're asking Trey Lance to run the same offense as Dak Prescott, that's not who he is. That's not, and so he is going to look bad. And so
I just don't know what he is.
I don't know, right? I just don't know. And I believe too, if you with Trey Lance, you may have to build it around him. Like, I don't think Trey Lance, you could just plop in any system and he'll be a good quarterback. Like, you got to almost start with him and then, all right, who complements him? What kind of offense we run can complement this guy?
Which is very dangerous when you're not sure how good he is.
Right. Exactly. And
how good is Dak, by the way, in your opinion? You know, we've been talking about these rankings and where he is. I think I'm with you, if I remember right. You're really high on Dak.
Yeah, I like Dak.
I think he's really good.
Yeah, I like Dak a lot. And I understand his playoff shortcomings. Part of that is coaching, I think. You know, if Dak was in this Niners system with a stable coach and weapons like that around him, I think he'd be phenomenal. I think he'd be fantastic. I'm high on Dak a lot.
It's possible that we just assume that, well, if you're any good and you're a quarterback, you win a Super Bowl, and if you don't, you're bad. That might be erroneous thinking, huh?
It really is, Whitey, because when you look at it, how many quarterbacks haven't won a Super Bowl? It's hard to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, especially when Patrick Mahomes is
right. Josh Allen's supposed to be the greatest thing ever. Lamar Jackson, he's been MVP, you know, but it's hard to get over the hump and win.
Top of the hour, we're going to dive into our Sacramento Kings top 40 for 40 list. We got Mike Sando, who put together the quarterback tiers at 4:30. When we come right back, we'll tell you about a weird piece of baseball history that happened today. It's next with the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. Ends 8/31. Price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your fucking stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to the venue at Thunder Valley September 5th. Get tickets now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Tom Segura, Come Together.
Jerry and Kenny here. When you call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up, repair, or replacement, let me tell you what you can expect. Clean. Our technicians will show up in a company truck that's clean inside and out. They'll be wearing a clean uniform and ring your doorbell with clean hands. The technician will be clean cut, background checked, drug tested, and trustworthy to enter your home. They'll put on clean shoe covers and put down drop cloths in all work areas. That's right, to make sure your home stays clean. And when the work is complete, they'll tidy up and leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Call us neat freaks. Call us spick and span. Call us tidy, pristine, and immaculate. But whatever you do, call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up and repairs, because with us, you can count on it being clean. Call us at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or team is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
Top of the hour, Jay is going to share with us the honorable mention players from our top 40 Kings for 40 years of Kings basketball. So we get ready for the 40th year of Kings basketball. So we've had, we put together a panel, I should say, a selection committee that in some ways is as star-studded as the list of players that the panel selected.
A who's who.
Yeah.
Who's who, yes.
And Drapes has submitted his list. I've submitted my list. But we don't know which of our players made it through.
Right.
We can only guess who the
That's
40
true.
are. Obviously, there's a core of at least 25 that we know are going to be on there.
Yeah,
But the rest of it, I don't know. So we're going to find out the first guy's in. Or I should say, next guy's in. Will be coming up top of the hour.
Yeah, next 10.
Yeah.
Should we feel a certain way if one of our guys isn't on the big list?
I'm going to feel terrible.
Right? I know.
I've been thinking about that.
And I'm going to feel terrible because, like I said, I got some beloved former Sacramento Kings who are way down on my list.
Mm-hmm.
They're way down. And so hopefully people don't take it personal and be like, Drapes, you're a traitor. What are you talking about? Or anything like that. Like, it's my list. I'm just
traitor.
I mean, people be like, not a traitor, but you're an outsider.
Some of your current guys aren't doing very well, huh? Some of the current players are on the. Yeah,
I'm just saying. My list. I'm proud of my list, to be honest with you, Whitey. I think it was a well thought out list, and when I got to the back end, like 35 or so, let's say I had a player.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went through my possibles and matched them up with that player. And then, hey, if you couldn't beat them, it was like a head-to-head,
Yeah.
And so if you couldn't beat them, then you were out. And so I like my list, though.
I turned on the radio this morning. I was driving somewhere, and I hear Carmichael Dave talking about it. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And he was saying, I believe what he was saying was he didn't submit the list because it was too much work. It's like, that take an hour to put together the first part, then another hour to do the second part. I'm not doing that.
What else he got going on?
And it's the almighty Kings fan.
Right. So a wannabe Kings fan.
Winnebago driving Kings fan.
Man.
So are you confirming that, Jay, that he did not submit?
Nah, his ass didn't turn in the list.
Yeah, and he talked about it today. On the one hand, I appreciate that, he took it seriously and didn't just, I don't care.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, he didn't do it.
Right. You got to do it. Right. Yeah. But if he's talking about it, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's crazy. So he didn't submit.
Yeah.
This is like Kings fan,
too much work.
Right. This guy is the prototypical Kings fan and didn't do it.
Huh.
Overrated.
Yep. And when this thing go viral, you know what I mean? And when every outlet, TV station, pop radio talking about this list, he won't be included.
Oh, well. So we're looking forward to that. And we're going to have a reveal about, we're going to have 10 players a day, each day, the rest of the week.
Yes.
So Friday, we'll have the top 10 revealed. It's almost more interesting to me to see who's going to be in like 40 to 30.
Yeah. Because like you said, the top 10, for the most part, we probably got the same 7 to 8 players.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Bano Udry. And
yeah, exactly. I'm sure he's up high at number 2 on yours. But, that 30 to 40, it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be some surprises on there on my list.
So we'll see how many surprises are in the honorable mention list. And it truly is honorable mention. We have that coming up top of the hour. This was bizarre today. This is the type of thing that's going to show up years from now in the Wayback Quiz. Baseball history was made today. Did you see this? Danny Jansen played for 2 teams in the same game in the same inning. How about that?
What?
Danny Jansen played for 2 teams in the same game in the same inning. You've probably heard about Joel Youngblood, and he got traded. He played a day game. He got traded to another team. Then he flew and played a night game. So he played for 2 different teams in one day, which is something. But Danny Jansen played for 2 teams in the same game in the same inning.
So that'd be like Harrison Barnes, if he got traded, going down to the other bench, changing uniforms.
Well, here it actually did happen once in the NBA, which
did it?
We'll get to where we won't.
Yeah.
But long story short, July 27th was when Jansen was traded. See, they had been playing a game June 26th. They're playing a game, and Jansen's up. He fouls off a pitch, playing against Boston, Toronto-Boston. And then they had got to delay the game. Tarp's called out. So that was June 26th. He was up for Toronto, game delayed by rain. July 27th, he gets traded to Boston. Today, they resumed that game. So he had been the batter up. So they had to have a pinch hitter for him. But he also entered the game as a catcher for the other team. So he was at bat and catching for different teams in the same at bat in the same game.
What year was this?
This just happened
No
today.
way. This is not true.
It happened today.
What?
Yes. Because they resumed the game that had been delayed.
Okay.
On June
Okay.
26th.
All right. Oh, all right. That's. I'm like, how is that even possible? How is that even
so he's
possible?
in the box score. So the way the box scores are, they just have the one date for the game.
Yeah.
And he's in there. He's
For
going to be in
both
there for both
teams.
teams. Yeah.
Damn. That's
Danny
crazy.
Jansen?
Yeah,
Danny
Jansen.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the story right now. Both teams in the same inning.
Yeah. Because of the resumption of a rain delay.
That's
game.
unbelievable.
Yeah. Happened once in the NBA in 1978 because of a protest. A guy named Eric Money. I don't know if you remember him. Way back when. He was on one team, and a team protested about some technical fouls or something. So they had to redo part of the game, and then he had been traded in the meantime, so he played for both teams in the same game.
Damn.
Yeah, but this is the all-timer.
That's
Danny Jansen making a weird slice of baseball history today.
I mean, you can't top that, right? There's
you
no
wouldn't
way.
believe me when I
know.
tried to tell
I'm like,
you.
what? I'm like, what site are you on? The Onion? I always bring that up, like some fake site. But that's crazy. Alex Horace said it was a very cool moment just to be a part of it. I don't know if it's going. I don't think it's going to happen again. Not like that. Like that's virtually impossible.
It's just kind of an oddity.
65-day delay.
He didn't really do anything except he got traded. But
Right. Same inning though. Like that's and 65-day delay.
Yeah.
They finish it 65 days later. That's crazy.
So the Hall of Fame has requested the scorecard from Bob Ellis, who's the official scorer, who was also working the game when it started in June.
Yeah.
So a little bit of weird baseball history made today.
How about this? I'm reading the article before the game resumed today at 2:06 Eastern. Red Sox media relations coordinator Dave San Perez announced the changes in the Fenway Park press box. Pinch hitting for Danny Jansen, Dalton Varsho, Defensive changes. Danny Jensen now at catcher.
Yeah.
Like, that's so crazy to think. Like, what? How's the guy at the plate? But then, yeah, that's awesome. That's a good story.
That's baseball. We'll be a Major League Baseball city next year, right?
Yep.
And when we come back, who makes the Kings top 40 in honor of the team's 40th season in Sacramento? Our honorable mention players will be named next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Part 2. And he's bringing some friends. Carmelie, Tyler Rich, Dasha, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number 1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I just love my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, I used to have a Tesla for a number of years, but it felt like I was sitting at the kids' table. When I got my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV, I finally felt like I had made it. I was sitting at the adult table. If you don't believe me, go test drive one for yourself. As soon as you hop in, you'll notice the comfort, the luxury, just the overall feel. Make the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or go online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
The reveal begins. We, with the help of star-studded panel, have been compiling our composite list of the top 40 players in almost 40 years of Sacramento Kings basketball. Jay has been doing a ton of work behind the scenes here on this. He's really the one who knows who's on the list, who's not on the list. So we've asked Jay to handle the reveal for us, which we appreciate, Jay. Can you just one more time remind us who's on the panel, some of the esteemed members of the panel, and what the criteria was for this? Because I'm sure that's one of the things people wonder about.
Sure. The panelists, we reached out to numerous panelists, and like you said, esteemed Kings dignitaries, national,
and Carmichael
local,
Dave,
and Carmichael Dave,
and Carmichael Dave. Who?
Go ahead. No, I'll let you.
No, he
take
didn't.
Care of Dave.
He couldn't. Yeah, didn't have the time to actually fill out the list. He's too busy. Couldn't be bothered.
Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
So-called Sacramento King fan.
Legendary piece of the King's Kingdom, and he can't even take care of it. But we reached out to, one of the things that I wanted to do, and we had a discussion, fellas, was making sure that we covered the full gamut. We have a lot of people who cover the Kings, and when I say that, I mean beat reporters, we have analysts, we have writers who do their own thing independently. So I want to make sure that we had a smorgasbord of people. Mm-hmm. So I tried to reach out. We've got the Kings Herald, Akis Uracosta's part of it. He'll be on the show. We had Matt Issa of the Royal Pain. We had Jill Adge of Ethos. We had Bobby Gerald, who's been around, of course, father of the G-Men. We had, of course, the Drive guys being part of it. Frankie Cardicelli. We got to get a couple of the youngsters. Chris Watkins. People who aren't 40 plus. Mm-hmm. They've been acclimated to the Kings a little later.
Together, they're 40. Right, 4 of them. Yeah.
Maybe we had to put a former player, Henry Turner, the high flyer. He'll be jumping in on Friday, coming to the studio to talk about his. And he has an interesting take on certain things. I'll let the high flyer speak on that. So Sean Cunningham, Scott Moak, the sign lady and sign man, Mr. Nico Rest and Mrs. Rest, who will be on the show this week. They'll talk about, how they went about putting their top 40 together. So just a smorgasbord of people, a couple more that I haven't named that will. Antonio Ray Harvey, he'll be on the show this week. So you'll see a couple of the dignitaries jump on the Drive guys this week.
Yeah, we had Gary Gerald, you mentioned Bobby.
Yes, G-Man part of it. Pete Youngman part
Jared
of it.
Reynolds, Pete Youngman.
Yeah, just a smorgasbord.
Yeah. So what we have now are the 10 guys that didn't make the 40, but are still they deserve to be mentioned here and quite honorably mentioned, right, Jay? And they're in no particular order?
Yeah, no particular order. No particular order as we get to it. Let me throw out a couple of tidbits, news, notes, information, fellas. Just some things that I thought were interesting as I compile some of these numbers. And I want to kind of get your take and let some of the Sac Sports 1140 listeners, chew on it a little bit. So we finished with 19 panelists.
Wow.
We finished with 19.
Supposed to have 20, but Dave couldn't do it.
Yeah, we're supposed to have a couple more, a few people who could make it, and I'm not throwing them out there. It's life. It's busy.
Yeah,
over the week. We've got national guys who jump around. So we weren't able to get a few in by the deadline. So we had 19 to finish with. At least 78 players got one vote.
Wow. So 78.
78 people
for a
players,
40 spot.
For a 40 shot. Absolutely. 78 people got at least one vote. 18 players, fellas, appeared on all the ballots. 18.
Okay. Only 18, though.
I'll let the people who come on explain some of the reason that maybe some of the other ones did not.
Yeah, that's interesting.
There's a few.
That number would be higher.
Yeah,
It's a good number, but I thought it'd be higher.
Yeah, I did too. 18 players. 19 players received one vote. So 19 players of the 78 received only one vote.
Damn.
They only appeared on the
One
ballot
of the 19.
one time on
Wow.
one of those votes, or on one of the ballots. Excuse me, one vote for one of the ballots. With that being said, I'm going to run it down. Stay up with me, fellas. 8 players, they received 2 votes. So 19 got 1. 8 players received 2 votes.
And in theory, we're never going to find out who those
You
are.
won't know
we
who
won't
those
know
are.
those are.
And I'm reading these off so we kind of get to that. 5 players received 3 votes.
Okay.
5 got 3. 3 players received 4 votes.
Okay.
2 players received 5 votes. 2 people received 6 votes. And the reason I count that down is it took 7 votes or better to make the top 40, fellas.
All right. 7 votes or
so
better.
You needed 7 votes to make this top 40 all-time Sacramento era. Of course, Sacramento Kings got list.
So 2 legends fell 1 vote short.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 got 6.
Pretty
didn't
much.
Get that 7.
Ooh, I can't.
How I went about it is we assigned number rankings, and I kept it very simple. What I did was, of course, we're breaking down the top 40, and I just went in reverse. If you got the first place vote, you got 40 points.
Okay.
You second place, you got 39, so on and so forth. So I kept it very simple.
Sure.
I didn't want to put all the algorithms that we see, when it comes to hoops, hypes, and all that other stuff.
Right.
I kept it super simple, and it worked out because you had some guys, like I said, received 5 guys received 3 votes. It kind of made it very interesting because me, Drapes, and you may see player A different, but where we listed them on that ballot, those points assigned to those guys made a difference.
Yep.
Couple other things. 20 centers, the position that most people consider as a wash now in the NBA.
Wow.
20 centers were voted in the list. And when I say
20 of the 78?
20 of the 78.
Okay.
Yeah, not 20 of the 40. We're
All
just talking about the full 78.
Purvis Ellison. I'm surprised.
Purvis Ellison.
Did he show up?
He showed up one time.
No.
He got a vote.
No, he didn't.
He got a vote.
Whitey, why did you? Oh, my.
He
Was
got
he
a
on
vote.
the panel? Wow.
Purvis
Good for
Ellison
him.
got 1 vote. Yes,
Purvis.
he made an appearance, fellas.
Wow.
Here's a breakdown of the decade. 1980s, 10 players made the list. So meaning they only played in the 1980s for the Kings. In the 1990s, 15 players made the top 78. The 2000s, 2000 to 2010, 14 players made the list. 2010s, and this is interesting because this is kind of the era where it's like, these were the down years for the Sacramento Kings. 2010s to 2020, 16 players appeared on the 78.
Damn.
Recency bias.
Yeah, maybe. Currently, and when I say current, I say 2020 to 2024, 6 players showed up on the 78 list. And because we have to do crossovers, we got a bunch of guys that crossed over, meaning they played in one decade. Could have been 89 to the 90s, 98 to 2004. That thing, we had 17 players crossover.
Okay.
A lot of those, of course, would be on the 97, 98, 99, that kind of span.
Right.
The last couple years, the Buddy Hield transformed into 2017 to 2020. So 17 crossovers. 17 crossovers.
Did Purvis Ellison really get a
Purvis
vote?
Ellison got 1 vote. I'm telling you.
Okay.
And that person who voted for Purvis Ellison will be coming on the show.
Okay.
So I'll let you know when that comes around, like who
That's
that
fine.
person is. And,
Yeah.
we'll have that discussion.
Yeah,
but
that's we wanted a wide cross section.
Yes, we
That's why
did.
we had so many people on the panel.
Purvis Ellison did appear. Real quick, fellas, I also asked, as we talked about it on Friday, 5 questions. Here's just some of those questions, the answers, and the most responses we got. The most overrated King. Guys, want to take a guess? Most overrated King.
I don't know. Somebody said Jason Williams, right? Then we
Chris Watkins today,
Chris
right?
Watson said that.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be right. Jay Will.
Really?
Of all the 19 that answered the question, Jay Will was voted number 1. Second, Whitey, you'll be proud of this. Well, not so much as proud, but I think you might be barking up the same tree. DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah.
Wow.
Number 2. Number 3, Bobby Hurley. Someone that I said.
Okay. Somebody said that.
Yeah.
Right.
Favorite King. I think most people would probably say what? Chris Webber. He's voted number 1. Number 2, The Rock, Mitch Richmond. Number 3, a little interesting, Doug Christie. Number 3 voted. He had the most third place votes. The most underrated Sacramento King, Kevin Martin.
Yeah.
Kevin Martin voted number 1. Number 2, Tizzy. Wayman Tisdale, the great
Tisdale,
Wayman Tisdale. Number 3, You'll hear this name again, Doug Christie.
Wow.
Third most votes for most underrated Sacramento King in the Sacramento Kings era.
I'll just say this: when it came to actually putting my list together,
sure,
I realized, putting everything together, Doug Christie I had higher than I would have thought I would. But when you look at all things, like you say, it's like, man, that guy needs to be high up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you guys are spot on with that. Sacramento King. When you say Kings, the Sacramento King, who comes to mind first? Number 1, Chris Webber. No surprise there. Number 2, I was a little surprised. De'Aaron Fox.
What you think of Kings?
D Fox.
Okay.
Yeah, you say Kings. Number 3, which is a little crazy because he's considered the most overrated King out of this. J. Will, tied with Eddie Johnson. My cousin.
Eddie,
my cousin Eddie Johnson.
That's awesome.
Making an appearance. And the King that you would have wanted to see finish their career here in Sacramento. Number 1, Chris Webber.
C-Web.
Number 2, the man who got a championship leaving here, Peja Stojakovic.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, DeMarcus Cousins.
Damn, see? Okay.
DeMarcus Cousins. Something that we've had a nauseum conversation over the last week. Doesn't really doesn't surprise me. A few things off our list, meaning the drive guys here. We placed 32 of the 40 players we all agreed on on the ballot.
Okay.
Our first disagreement began at number 3.
Damn. Okay. That's hilarious.
I don't know why. These are all really interesting. The one that just kind of gets me a little bit is you say Kings. Who do you think of? Eddie Johnson and J. Will. I'm down with that, but Eddie Johnson, after all these years, getting a mention there, that's really cool. You have to get him on.
Oh yeah. We'll have to. We'll definitely have to get Eddie Johnson on. So with that, fellas, anything beside that, Drapes? You got any on those numbers? Anything on those numbers? Anything surprise you? Anything on the answers? Pretty much thought what you thought.
I guess the overrated with J. Will thing is kind of blasphemous to me. I don't know. I got him pretty high on my list, and
I do too.
The people think that he's overrated. I looked it up. They won 55 games his last season here, second in the division. Like, he was part of the change in Sacramento. I think people aren't giving him enough credit for that.
My guess would be a lot of people look at the fact that they got better after they made that deal. And it wasn't because they got rid of him so much as they brought in Bibby.
But it wasn't like they got astronomically better. Like, I think people don't realize he was on a 55-win team there.
It's just it's really interesting to hear the confirmation too that Chris Webber, everyone still loves number 1.
Number 1.
People love
number 1 in most Kings fans' heart.
Yeah. All
right,
Jay.
Fellas, with that being said, let's get to the honorable mention.
Yes.
Players who just missed out on making our Sacramento Kings, Sacramento era all-time top 40 list. I'll give you the names.
And these are not in order.
They are not in order. Maybe. I'll let you know. And then, guys, you can go ahead and get, I know you guys went 40 and under, but you tell me what your thoughts on that. Okay. Coming in, we start with the man who led the league in assists here in Sacramento, Rajon Rondo.
Interesting.
Rajon Rondo did not make the top 40, made top 50. Rajon Rondo. Someone that go ahead, Drake.
Are we going to pontificate about each
please.
one? Or?
By all means.
I understand that. He only was here 1 year. And that's why I struck him down on my list. He was not in my top 40 because one season. I need more than that. I know you led the league in assists, but I need more than that.
Yeah. My first feeling when you say that is, this list is on point.
Yep. So far, so good.
This list is on point.
Okay. You're liking where we're going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Someone that I think we've discussed, some fans kicked in, and it's they didn't cross over long enough here in Sacramento, but definitely played for Sacramento Kings. For the Kings organization. Just didn't put in enough time here in Sacramento. Mike Woodson.
Ooh, yeah,
Mike Woodson.
Late scratch for me too.
Late scratch, huh?
Yes.
Okay. What reason why?
Just what you said. I didn't realize when I first put my list together, he was definitely on there, and then I didn't realize, he wasn't here that long.
Wasn't here long
before they traded him.
Yeah, right. Definitely. Mike Woodson making an appearance on the honorable mention. Coming up next,
that's a good list.
Someone that I thought would probably make it, and Drapes, I think you spot on. When you do a deep dive, he is a fan favorite. He is Mrs. Gleason's favorite, but he just didn't put the time in, and we caught him on the back end of his career. Sharif Abdul-Rahim.
Yep.
Coming in.
Yep.
Just a bit shy of the 40.
Not on my list.
What
but
my wife always remembers about him is when Zebo broke his jaw.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. But even last week, as we talked about this, she said, I don't know if he was here long enough. And that's her favorite.
There it is.
Yeah.
Right? Yep.
Yeah.
Did she put in a vote?
No.
Oh, okay. Let's check.
All right.
Someone who had a couple years here in the 80s, Mr. Rodney McCray.
Oh, he was on my list.
Rodney McCray.
Was he on your list?
Yeah.
Just a few
Was he?
off.
Yeah.
Just a few
Oh,
off.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Rodney McCray. That was Jerry Reynolds' guy, too, right? Jerry, we had him on last week, and he mentioned Rodney McCray. Yeah.
I think fellas just didn't have enough time here.
And it was a long
Right,
time
2
ago.
years.
They
That
weren't
too.
very good.
That too. A step above that is someone played 1990-91. The big dog, Antoine Carr. 19 points in the Kings uniform, though.
Yeah, he was on my initial list.
He was
of
on
the
my
60,
list.
But was he?
Yeah, I had him. I had him on my list. And
Good guy, too.
Antoine Carr, I had him. Yeah, I had him pretty high. Compare, top 30. He was top 30 on my list.
So far, honorable mention, guys that didn't make the top 40, but did get a lot of mentions. Rondo, Mike Woodson, Sharif Abdul-Rahim, Rodney McCray, and Antoine Carr.
Yes, sir. That's the first initial 5. We continue to move, and we keep it in the point guard era. Someone who played 3 years here in Sacramento. Good dude. Played for the Pacers.
Oh, yeah.
Put up decent numbers.
Yeah.
14 and above, 13 and above. Darren Collison.
I think he also
3 years here in the Sacramento
He's
Kings
on my
uniform.
list. I made him.
He was on my list, too.
Yeah.
He was on my list. 3
Okay.
years, I thought he did enough. He put up enough points.
Yep.
He was kind of like that transition into kind of where we're at now a little bit, Darren was part of the list. He did not make the top 40 according to our panelists. Someone who only put, I believe, 56 or 52 games. I got to go back and triple check. Great guy. We'll probably get him on this week. Bonzi Wells.
Oh, Bonzi.
Bonzi, just a little short.
Here. Yeah.
Fellas, I mean, just a little short of making that top 40.
Yep.
And I think it's the time. He didn't put in enough time, right?
Right.
Yeah. The one season, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And but he made the playoffs. A lot of people talk about it. Of course, the series against the Spurs, a lot of people love. He actually got more votes than I thought. He was just a little bit short.
Okay.
Yeah, 916 says if Rondo's in the top 50, Bonzi has to be, and boom, there he is.
There he is.
Yeah, whoever's in the 916, they must have seen the list. Someone that will be joining us this week. I let it slip out a little bit here as I sent it to you on our guest list. A few points short. Bino Udrih.
Oh,
wow.
Bino Udrih coming in an honorable mention.
Was he one of the two that got 6 votes?
Let me check that for you. Hold tight.
Because I might have been the one that kept Bino from being on the list. I didn't have him in my top 40. You didn't either? Okay, all right.
Well, then it's both of y'all fault.
All right,
because Bino had 6 votes.
Oh, snap.
So y'all can tell him on Friday what happened.
I don't feel as bad now. It's not just me. All right. Wow.
Bino was 1 vote short and a couple of points away from, making the top 40. And it is your fault now. Now that I know.
The Tasmanian Slovenian, I think is what Jerry called him.
Man, and he's out of the country right now, but he'll be joining the show on Friday at 2:30.
Well, maybe he won't now.
Well, Bino's a good dude. Of course, G League coach of the Milwaukee Bucks, I believe, last year. And so Bino, a good dude. The next 2 just missed it by a clip. By the hairs of the chinny chin chin. Beloved Sacramento King. Beloved. Cried when he was traded.
Ooh.
He cried. Like he said, I cried like a baby in one of the interviews. Tyrese Halliburton. Coming in. And I'll even tell you, he came in at a smooth 42. He just missed it.
Wow. I did not have Tyrese in my top 40.
I did not either.
I couldn't do it.
Guess what? He was another guy who got 6 votes.
Damn.
And it might have been all our fault. Why did you vote for Ty?
We messed up. Oh, shoot.
I don't think I did.
Hey, it's our show. We could do that. You know what I mean? We could do that.
There's 19 panelists, so it wasn't just us.
It wasn't just us.
We're not the only ones with blood on our hands.
Tyrese, 6 votes. I mean, he missed by a vote and a few bonus points.
Okay.
Few points. Oh, and I should have said this. Drapes, you made a great point on Friday. Our votes mattered. So what I did was everyone that was on our ballots, I gave them an extra 5 bonus points.
So it's the drive guys.
The drive guys made the difference in some of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So just so you know, we did put the bump on it a little bit, and it helps some people. It definitely helps some people.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. The last honorable mention of the day, 7 votes. He got 7 votes. He got the proper votes that was needed. He missed out by
on the points.
25 points. And the person who's 40 it actually surprised me, and we'll get that to tomorrow. Marcus Thornton.
Marcus Thornton did not make it.
Marcus Thornton finished at 41.
I had Marcus Thornton on my list. I had him at 40.
I had him on my list.
Whitey did not have Marcus Thornton.
I did not.
Come on, Whitey.
I believe I had Collison on my final 40, but the others I did not have on my list.
Well, I can go back and check it. Let's see. Let's see exactly. So real quick, fellas.
Oh, I had Rodney McRae also.
Oh, yeah, you had McRae.
2. Let's recap real fast.
Yes.
Rajon Rondo, honorable mention. Mike Woodson, honorable mention.
Yep.
Mrs. Gleason's favorite, Sharif Abdul-Rahim, honorable mention. Rodney McRae, honorable mention. The big dog, Antoine Carr, and the goggles, honorable mention. Darren Collison of 3 years for the Sacramento Kings service, honorable mention. Bonzi Wells, 1 year, a good run for the Sacramento Kings to the playoffs, honorable mention. Bino Udrih, the Tasmanian, honorable mention. Slovenian. Ty Halliburton, honorable mention with 6 votes. And Marcus Thornton, 7 votes. He had 7 votes. Missed out on the points.
Dang.
All honorable mention here for the Sacramento Kings. Top 40 all-time Sacramento era Kings players. They just missed it.
They missed it. Mm-hmm. They missed it.
Ramsey says Marcus Thornton finished outside the top 40. Bayou Bomber got buckets while in Sacramento.
The Bayou Bomber. That's right.
Yeah, he just missed.
Wow.
Just missed. I think it's going to be a good list.
Yeah.
Let's see. I had Marcus. Drapes, did you have Marcus?
I did have Marcus.
You had Marcus?
Yep.
Okay.
I had him at 40.
You did not have Marcus Thompson. Thornton. Excuse me, Marcus Thornton. You did not.
But I think I had McRae and I think I had Collison.
You had, let's see here. You had Darren Collison. You did. And you had Rodney McRae. Yeah. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Jay, because I got a guy who's one of my favorite players. It's my guy. I thought he'd be in that 40 to 50 range.
Okay.
Nah, I'm not even going. I can't even because he might be in the top 40.
Well,
he might be in the top 40.
I mean, TBD, TBA.
So I'm not even going. My guy Francisco Garcia. Let me just say, he was on my bubble. He was. I didn't vote for him top 40, but he was on my honorable mentions.
Let's see if you voted. Did you have him? You said he was not on your top 40?
No, I did not have him on. I wanted to trust me. I wanted to give him that extra boost. But I could not do it based on
Marcus Thornton at number 40. So
I have Marcus Thornton at 40.
You did not have Francisco Garcia listed on here.
That's my guy.
He had Antoine Carr, 29.
Jay, why you
29? You said top 30.
I told you, I had Antoine Carr pretty high.
Yeah,
pretty high.
That's a good one.
The big dog, man. He was. I mean, come on now.
Good player.
Good player. Nobody talk about him. Good player. How about you, Whitey? Anybody on that you had or didn't have?
It's funny. I take it a little personally, the guys that I had on there that didn't make it, McRae and Collison, I get it and everything. But other than that,
okay.
I think it's, like I said, it's like, man, this is going to be a good list. You can just tell that we have people that know what they're talking about that put this list together. If you have these guys on almost, but not quite.
Where'd you have Bino? Did you have him on your list?
I did not have him on.
You didn't have him either, right? Yeah.
It's your fault.
It might be an oversight on my part. Like, I don't know. He's probably on that right outside looking in kind of thing. But then I did a deeper dive, and I'm like, I could see him being, because here's the thing about Marcus Thornton. And I had him number 40 on my list. He wasn't here that long. And even the seasons he was here, look at the games played. It wasn't like he played 70 games, 80 games. You know what I mean? It was like 26 and then 50-something. But I still gave him the benefit of the doubt and put him on my list.
Mm-hmm. Average 14 points in the Sacramento Kings uniform. It doesn't sound like much, but when you go through the history and like you say, you do the deep dive, that's pretty good.
Yeah, these are good players. Maybe we should have done 50. Tomorrow we'll get into the 40. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll let you ponder all that. When we come back, Mike Sando is going to join us. Mike Sando is the one who today posted his quarterback tiers in The Athletic. So we'll look at that, where Brock Purdy ranked and how Brock Purdy rose up the tiers when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Pleasant and mild for Tuesday morning. Valley temperatures in the low 60s. Not much of a breeze, though. That sun will push temperatures to the triple digits. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Your water heater. Old, rusty, forgotten. We hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531. 808-2531.
Toyota's national sales event is on now through Labor Day weekend. Whether on or off-road, make the most out of these final days of summer in a new Toyota truck. Don't miss a low lease on the fully redesigned 2024 Tacoma or financing as low as 0% APR on the 2024 Tundra. It's time to kick up your adventure with Toyota's legendary power and reliability. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offer only available on Tundra Capstone. Ends 9/3/24.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, when the A's blanked the Rays 3-0 on the 19th, it marked the A's 11th shutout this year, and that's third best in the American League. It also was their 54th win, so 16 more for 70. Now, the A's won just 50 games a year ago, so a 20-game improvement last year to this year, that would be pretty impressive.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sactown Sports.
Well, you know, the NFL season is nearly here when the new quarterback tiers arrive in the Athletic, and the 2024 quarterback tiers are here. Panel consisting of 7 GMs, 8 head coaches, 12 coordinators, 12 executives, 8 assistant coaches, and 3 involved in coaching analytics. And every year, this is put together by our next guest, outstanding senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Pro Football Hall of Fame selector, longtime friend of the show, the one and only Mike Sando. How are you today, Mike?
Pretty good. You forgot Sacramento native right there.
There you go.
Snap, yeah?
Yes, Sacramento native Mike Sando. The new tiers are here, and I'm just wondering, Mike, what about the results this year? What, if anything, jumped out at you as a surprise?
Well, only 3 quarterbacks in the top tier is very unusual. That hasn't happened since like 2016. So I didn't necessarily see that coming. And some of that is Aaron Rodgers not being in there. I don't know if that's surprising, but people were all over the map with him. He's always been, near unanimous tier 1. So, and then, I think another thing that stands out is if you go down to the top of tier 3 and you see Tua Tagovailoa and Trevor Lawrence, those guys just signed for like $55 million, and they're not even in the top 2 tiers. So that's pretty good work too, if you can get that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mike, I'm looking at the tiers here, and I'm looking at Jordan Love versus Tua Tagovailoa. Both voting average 2.5. What was the line of demarcation there? How did we decide that, all right, tier 3 began at 15 and tier 2 ended at 14?
Well, so the average vote of Love is 2.48, which would be better than 2.5, and Tua's is 2.52. So it's really, we're talking like a vote here or there. So, sometimes guys, like at one time, there was one year where Jimmy Garoppolo was like exactly a 2.5 or something, and so I think I bumped him into the bottom of tier 2 because he might have had more votes in tier 2 than in any other category, but there was like maybe he got a 3 or a 4, whatever he got. So it's close. They're splitting a little bit of hairs there, but that's how you do it.
Mm-hmm. Mike Sando with us, talking about his quarterback tiers in the Athletic. Brock Purdy at 12, tier 2, jumped up 2 tiers. Of course, the debate with him, the conversation has always been, is it him? Is it the system? Based on these results, Mike, can we say that the split on Purdy is less pronounced, but still there as far as whether it's him or the system?
Well, yes, but if you're consistently really productive, you're going to get some credit for that, right? I don't think anybody's going to just say it's all the system or all of the players around him. Certainly that helps, and we've seen some of these guys like Jared Goff has been in his career at different extremes. Really bad teams, he looked terrible. Really good teams, he looked good. But so far, Purdy was really only looked good, and the reason he wasn't higher last year was he had only done it for a part of a season. So now, yes, I mean most people when they design the ideal quarterback, they're not going to design Brock Purdy, right? He's a 7th round pick for a reason. He doesn't wow you physically with some amazing talents, but he plays well consistently. Some of that sure is the system around him, and that's why he's not, even higher than he is. But if he were to keep producing the way he's producing, I think he would only climb. He would only climb.
Hey, Hey, Mike, I'm looking at tier 2. I think you got 11 quarterbacks listed in tier 2. I think it was. I counted. And when I look at the tiers, I view a guy like Lamar Jackson, and you got him there at the top of tier 2. But then you got, a guy like Kirk Cousins in tier 2 as well. From a reader's standpoint, how should we interpret that? Is Kirk Cousins and Lamar Jackson on the same kind of level? How should readers interpret that?
Yeah, you got to be able to differentiate between a low 2 and a high 2, and Lamar almost can't be closer to being a 1. Right. The only reason that Lamar Jackson doesn't get a 1 is because when his team absolutely has to pass the ball, it doesn't always look good. In fact, it usually doesn't. We saw it in the Kansas City game. So the voters are torn on that, though, because he's so good. He's so dynamic that it feels wrong to not give him a 1. But I've also asked the voters who helped come up with this criteria over the years, this is the definition of tier 1. Carries his team each week. Team wins because of him. Expertly handles pure pass situations. No real holes in his game. It's a tough one for some of these guys who, when you have to pass the ball, they've stumbled. It's been a hard thing for them to do. So I wouldn't harp on it too much with Lamar Jackson because he got 23 votes in tier 1. I mean, he's right there in the cusp. I think what makes it, I do think it's a distinction worth making, though. I think what's nice about this group is that, some of these other guys that have been ahead of him, like Justin Herbert, aren't now. And so there's a group really at the top of tier 2 that you almost might call the 1.5s.
Right.
Really.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like down at the bottom, we're kind of getting into 2.5s.
Right.
Like especially Cousins. I mean, I think Cousins has always been right at the top of 3 or the very bottom of 2. And then I think people felt like a couple things with Kirk Cousins. He was playing great ball last year before he got hurt. And then he has done a better job probably just kind of standing tough in the pocket. That was always a knock on him, that he just kind of crumbled sometimes when the pressure was around him. I think he's done a better job of that. Voters think he's done a better job of that. So he's come up. But yes, there's definitely some distinction within the second tier.
Mike Sando is with us, senior writer for The Athletic, and his quarterback tiers results are in The Athletic today. Wanted to ask you about Russell Wilson, and he's 22nd here. He's right at the bottom of tier 3. What has happened to him? I mean, how did he go from one of the most proficient and prolific passers in the NFL to where he is now? What's been his single biggest issue, Mike?
Well, definitely some aging with the athleticism going away. He always was a little unconventional and could get away with it. Yeah. I think he used to have a lot of negative plays and take a lot of sacks, but he really pulled, some amazing stuff that almost no one else could do, where he would turn his back to the pass rusher and then look over one shoulder and spin the other way and then make some pass 25 yards down the field. He's not doing those plays anymore. So he's kind of reduced. He still has the negative plays, takes too many sacks, but there's just fewer of the really spectacular plays. And there's really not even that many, especially good plays. So I think he's really lost kind of his stinger a little bit, if you will, just in terms of what does he do this dynamic right now?
Yeah. Hey, Mike, who were some of the biggest movers? Who made the biggest leap? Was it Brock?
Yeah. Brock Purdy and Jordan Love each went up 13 spots, and the biggest decline was Trevor Lawrence down 7. Trevor Lawrence had kind of come up into tier 2, and then after last year, people tapped the brakes a little bit, and we'll see. I think it's a big year for him.
Hey, let me follow that up, because you mentioned some of the contracts these quarterbacks are getting that, aren't upper echelon contracts. Do you feel like, what do you make of the contracts being handed out to quarterbacks? It seems like teams are sort of backed into a corner. Like, even if you don't have a tier 1 or even an upper tier 2 guy, case in point, Trevor Lawrence, you still got to pay these quarterbacks, a la Daniel Jones a couple years ago with the Giants. What do you think about that?
The thing is, though, they don't have to do it. They just keep doing it. Where's Jordan Love and Tua going to go?
Right.
There's like they're free agents and can just go sign somewhere. These teams are not willing to play a little bit of hardball to save $10 million a year or whatever. And so maybe they just feel like, you know what, let's just buy the piece, right? We're talking up our guy in our locker room. And so he's our guy. Let's go. And we've seen a couple times now where even general managers who've done that and had to back out of it. The Philly had to do it. The Rams had to do it. These guys kind of survived still. And so I think internally the messaging and what you're telling your owner about your guy, let's just say if you were Chris Greer, who's the GM of the Dolphins, and you drafted Tua Tagovailoa, and you kind of know he's good, but he's not $53 million good. Are you going to tell your owner, yeah, look, this guy's not that good? I mean, he's good, but he's not that good. And they'd be like, wait a minute, you drafted him 5th overall, right? Can we win the Super Bowl with him? I thought you said we could win the Super Bowl, right? Couldn't you imagine those types of conversations going on behind the scenes? So it could be easier for some of these decision makers. I'm not saying that happened in Miami specifically, but it could be easier for some of these decision makers to just be like, hey, this is our guy. We hit on him. Let's go.
If you haven't already, you got to check it out in The Athletic, this year's new quarterback tiers. It's really fascinating stuff from, of course, Sacramento's own Mike Sando. Mike, great catching up with you. We appreciate it. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, when we come back, hey, we're still reeling from some of the names on this honorable mention list. The Kings' top 40 players. We'll dive back into that next on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2.
What was I thinking?
And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee.
Close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha.
And
And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
It's Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room. And guess what? Primetime football is back. Capital Casino is giving away $500 per game in high hand bonuses for every Sunday, Monday, and Thursday night primetime game. As always, offering the best food, the best service, and the best action with the most variety of games in the region, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. So check them out, Capital Casino, and always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Pleasant and mild for Tuesday morning. Valley temperatures in the low 60s. Not much of a breeze, though. That sun will push temperatures to the triple digits. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Get Labor Day savings right now at Folsom Lake Kia. Coach Christie here reminding you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia for low payments now through Labor Day. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I put my feelings on safety so I don't go shooting where your heart be.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports. And the Kings, of course, coming up on their 40th season, and that's why this week we're unveiling our Kings Top 40, the top 40 players of these almost 40 seasons. So, top of the hour, top of the last hour, 4 o'clock hour, Jay, who has access to all the votes and everything, he just ran down the 10 honorable mentions, the people, the players that didn't quite make it into the 40. And Jay says he's already getting bombarded with text messages from people angry about it, who's not even in the top 40.
Yeah, the two names I'm getting, fellas, is Marcus Thornton, the Bayou Bomber, and Darren Collison. Those are the two so far that I look down at my phone. And normally I don't really answer texts during the show too much just because it's like 50 texts per hour.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I'm gonna take a look at some of these now because my phone's I'm like, and I see a lot of people like, how is Marcus Thornton not on that list? I didn't make the list. I was one ballot.
I'm not
on the panelists.
Mention any names, but are any of the people who were on the panel among those who are texting you? If there's anybody on the panel going, hey, wait a minute, how come so-and-so didn't make it?
No.
Okay.
All
All right.
Yeah. No one on the panel is crying that Marcus Thornton didn't make the list. No.
Right.
Who,
we have more dignity than that.
Can you give us the 10 again, Jay or Whitey? You got it right there?
Yeah, I got it.
You wrote it down? Can you give me the 10?
Rajon Rondo.
Okay.
Mike Woodson.
Yep.
Sharif Abdur-Rahim.
Yep.
Rodney McRae.
Mm-hmm.
He was on my list.
I say that hurts you. I could tell. Pain.
It does, but I understand it. Antoine Carr. Darren Collison.
Ooh.
He was on my list. Bonzi Wells. Beno Udrih. Tyrese Halliburton. And Marcus Thornton. Who, based on what Jay did tell us, Marcus Thornton was the closest to making the list of any of them. So you might say he was 41st.
It was your fault, Mr. Gleason. You didn't have Marcus Thornton in there.
Yeah, at least I had Marcus Thornton there. Who's the I would love for the listeners to weigh in 916-339-1140. Who's the biggest snub out of that bunch?
Ooh.
Who's the one where it's like, come on, guys, you got to have this guy in the top 40?
Is there one you guys are looking at? Like, who's the one you?
I had
if
Antoine.
Put Thornton hands in the air,
Carr,
who you
right?
looking at?
Antoine Carr, right, was out.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had him in my list. I had Antoine Carr on my list.
He was 46th, the way I read this. 46.
46. See? Yeah, I had Antoine Carr much higher. You know, and here's why. 2 seasons, yes. Really a season and a half. First full season in sack, 77 games, 20 points, and then 5 rebounds. The season before that, short stint, 18.6 points. And I'm a big Antoine Carr fan. So I'm going to give him, you know, that's going back to my childhood era of basketball. So I gave him a bump. He's probably one of the snubs that I'm like, what? No, Antoine Carr?
He's a good player.
Darren Collison is another. Too. Did you have Collison or no?
I believe I did have Darren Collison.
You did.
But I get it. He's, 14 points a game, 3 seasons. They were not very memorable seasons, which is not his fault. I had him as a top 40, but I get it.
Yeah, I'm with you. To me, Collison was on my list. I did not have Rodney McRae. I didn't have Beno Udrih.
Mm-hmm.
That was the one guy I didn't have on my list, fellas, that I was constantly trying to find a spot. And I don't know if he's on, the top 40 or not. But I was trying to get my boy LaSalle Thompson on the list.
The tank?
Yeah. I was trying to get LaSalle Thompson on the list.
I think I had him.
Did you have him on the list?
Yeah. He was just, the early years. He was pretty solid. It's Tank. Yeah, like Jay called him Tank. Rock solid.
Yep.
Did you not get him on your list, Drapes?
I didn't I got a couple of controversial guys on my list that probably should have, LaSalle could have been ahead of those guys, but I took emotion out of it and just said, you know what, I'm gonna give these guys the nod.
I bought a car once for one of my daughters. We bought a car that was from a company that was selling cars owned by Harold Presley and Tank Thompson.
Tank Thompson.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, you had him
Was
on.
it a good car? Was it? Did it?
Yeah.
All right. It didn't break down. Okay, good.
Wasn't that Jeep Wrangler, that cherry red Jeep?
No, right? That lasted 3 hours. Unbelievable.
Why do you had LaSalle on your 40? I had LaSalle on my 40 too.
I had LaSalle on it. Oh, now I'm feeling bad. No, but it's my list. It's my list. All right. Yeah. I know that.
It was to say LaSalle hasn't made it. We still have 4 more days to reveal.
Come on, Jay.
I don't
The
know.
Tank will roll.
You think the tank is in there?
I think so.
I think so. The drive guys gave him a boost. Whitey's got the boost with him.
I would say, honestly, people can quibble, and obviously they are if they're texting Jay, but I don't know that there's anybody in there, those 10, that just jumps out like, oh my goodness. Obviously, to some people, they feel that way, but I think by and large, most people would look at that and go,
okay,
all right, I get it.
I get
so
it.
again, to me, and that's the beauty of having so many people on the panel, I think this is going to be a really good list if those are the next 10 in.
Right. The fact that there were 78 people voting, in the top 40, like that's a huge swath of people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Purvis Ellison getting a vote.
A nervous one. Never nervous.
That's a mystery. That's going to require some further research.
Right.
We'll have that panelist on this week to talk about their vote for Never Nervous.
8 points. He only played 34 games in SAC. Dog, whoever voted that. Hey, Jay, we got to throw that list out. They should be banned. It's like in the NBA awards, right? Where it's like somebody voting somebody all defense, like Jokic all defense or something. Like, bro, come on. You can't vote. Whoever this is, I don't know. I don't know who it is. I ain't saying it on there, but their ballot should be looked at with a side eye. How you got a guy that played 34 games in your Kings top 40 of all time?
You know how high he was on the list, Jay?
On that guy's, whoever voted?
You mean on the 78?
No, on that person's
on
ballot.
that person?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me check real fast.
Like, seriously, 8 points, 5.8. If that's all it takes to make, tell Mike, give me a couple 10-day contracts. I might be able to be on there. Come on, dude.
Yeah.
That's
a little surprising.
Yo, sometimes, it's like, sometimes you just got to look at it, Jay, and be like, nah, this is a joke. I can't. Nah, this is, and just throw it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's like somebody's trying to be funny or something like that.
I can't do that.
Okay.
I can't do that.
This person was honestly like, yeah.
I see the position they were voted in. I don't know if I want to give that away.
You got to.
Yeah.
Or because the person's coming up.
I'll let them speak on it.
Yeah,
I'll let them speak on it.
Come on.
Yeah, I'll let them speak on it.
That's crazy.
I'm not going to give you the position. Purvis got
Top
one
30?
vote. I can't speak on it.
Yo.
This is anonymous. Fellas,
right.
I have told my ballot. I have told my
come on,
told
Mike.
the panelists. I've told my panelists this is anonymous.
There's no way he's top 20. There's no way.
That's what I'm saying, right, Jay?
No
Jay should be able to tell us that.
No, I can't.
What?
Out of due respect to the panelists.
You know what this is doing, though, Jay? This is making our top 40. It's not making it look good, big fella. Well, I guess he got thrown
but he's
out.
not even in the top 4. He's not even honorable mention.
It actually shows that the guardrails Jay has set up, they actually work.
work.
He got Nervous Purvis got one vote.
So even though somebody had Nervous Purvis 8th, he still did.
Okay.
He still did.
He did not crack He did not crack the top 40 or 50 because he didn't make honorable mention.
Right.
That's true.
When we come back,
what you leaning for, man?
Man, Whitey, we gotta go, man. We gotta go.
Whitey's leaning for, and I mean, maybe next week, fellas. What I'll do is the players who finish 51 to 78. Maybe I'll release that as a whole or something like that. Not in order, but just the other 20, would that be the other 28, 29 people who had got a vote?
I'll just say this: whoever's list that is, that has Purvis on it, that's the old Roy of Top 40 Kings list. When we come back, should 49er fans be in panic mode over Trent Williams? Next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I just don't like going to church, man. I don't like the people there. People at church have coworker vibes.
Ralph Barbosa, the super cool ass tour.
Some of them are cool, but most of them, they're just being fake nice because they want that promotion. If those are the people that are gonna be hanging out in heaven, I just go to hell.
Saturday, September 7th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Get tickets now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the hilarious Ralph Barbosa live.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper, and now is the time to make your dreams come true at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Their Dream Days event is going on now till September 3rd, and they have specials on the 2024 C-Class sedan or a 2024 GLE SUV. So whether you're looking for a nice luxury sedan or a family-friendly SUV, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the place to go. Now you may say, Drapes, why should I drive to Stockton for a new car? And I'll tell you right back, you can't afford not to. Trust me. In addition to great rates and bonuses, my good friends of Mercedes-Benz of Stockton treat you like your family. They're friendly, loyal, and hassle-free. So rush down now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton for their Dream Days event. It's happening right now, and it's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com. And tell them your boy Drape sent you. You won't be disappointed.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Most amateurs like to play for something on the course, and you'll be pleased to know the USGA doesn't object to informal wagering when it's a friendly bet with your friends. Some of the most popular wagers are the Nassau, which is 3 bets. Low score on the front, low score on the back, and a low score for the full 18. In a round robin, 2 members of the foursome team up against the other 2, but the catch is the partners rotate every 6 holes. In skins, the player that wins the hole earns the skin. If there's a tie, the skin is carried over and the next hole is worth 2 skins. And of course, don't forget wagers for greenies. Landing your shot on a par 3 green Sandy's earning a save from the sand, Woody's parring after hitting a tree, and of course, Arnie's parring without hitting the fairway in honor of Arnold Palmer. So play away. Your amateur status is safe. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level. Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
So just think, 2 weeks from right now, we'll be getting ready for the 49ers opener against the Jets. How about that?
Yes.
2 weeks.
Yes.
That's how close we are. Still seems like forever, doesn't it? 2 more weeks. Oh.
Real football to
Yeah.
actually react to and talk about. That Tuesday show is going to be great. What's that? The 10th, September 10th. Must see, must listen show day after the Niners.
So 49ers got some work to do. Obviously, the cut down day is tomorrow. So they got to cut the roster down to 53, which is tough, right? It's made tougher when you don't know what's going on exactly with your best wide receiver and the best offensive lineman in the league. And now we have this. You tell me if this is a big deal. A lot of people are making it out to be a big deal. To me, it's just self-evident. Jeremy Fowler today. We have that sound, right, Jay? Jeremy Fowler on ESPN talking about the 49ers and the Trent Williams situation, and this is what he reported today.
What's the latest with him? Well, I was told from somebody involved in the situation that he is not going to be available until he gets his contract adjusted. He's got 3 years left on his deal. That could bleed into the regular season with us just being a few weeks away. This is a player who's made about $150 million in his career. He's been taking up golf, kind of staying away from the team, doing his own thing, still training, of course, getting ready for the season potentially, but he's not overly stressed to have to be out there right now, and he's the 4th highest paid left tackle despite being the best the last few years. So the 49ers know they have to do something here, could sweeten the guarantees on his contract. So they're dealing with Brandon Aiyuk at the same time. They're trying to get this guy done. So they're hoping he'll be in the lineup here soon.
Yeah, his fine reporter, Jeremy Fowler, had taken his word, but clearly there when, I was told by someone involved in the negotiations that Trent Williams will not be there till he gets paid, and he's playing golf now. I think we know who he's talking to, or at least which camp he's talking to.
Right. It's coming from Trent's side.
I don't think it was Kyle Shanahan telling him any of that.
But let me ask you this, because we talked about this in our 2 o'clock hour, and I've marinated on it just a little bit. Did we think, or does this change our thought on that Trent Williams has drawn a line in the sand? That no matter what, if he doesn't get what he wants, the new deal, he's not coming to camp. Is that something we already knew, or were we thinking just because it's Trent and it's the Niners, don't worry about it, it won't get done? Does this new report add some sense of urgency, if you will, the line in the sand? I'm not coming until I get what I want.
Well, that's my whole issue with it. It seems like it's designed to do that.
Right.
We don't know how the 49ers feel, but to me, I just feel like, well, of course he's not coming until he gets the amount of money that he wants. I just feel like I already knew that or assumed that. So for me, I don't feel like there's any more urgency. Make no mistake, it's still vitally important they get it dealt with. But to me, this just, it reeks of somebody like, hey, we better make sure they know that we're serious about this. All right, let me call Fowler. We'll take care of it.
Yeah,
that's how it's done sometimes.
That's probably what it was. I will say this, though. Trent Williams has the leverage, ladies and gentlemen. And if Trent Williams says, because basically I'm translating what Fowler said, I'm not coming in until I get my contract, until I get what I want, the Niners have to cave in, right?
I think so.
They got to capitulate. Let me ask you this, though, because Fowler mentioned he's the 4th highest paid. Do you make him the highest paid offensive lineman?
If that's what he wants, I would think he would, right?
But I didn't think you had any money. You can't even get an extra $2 million.
Well, they have money. It's just we don't want to give up too much because we have to have some for next year. They only have so much that guaranteed money over the next couple of years that they can offer. But obviously these guys know that it's not like they don't have any money.
They got them, yeah.
Especially when Josh Dobbs will be your starter next year. You jettison Purdy, and then you're going to save a lot of money that way.
Yeah, and I'm looking at some of the numbers, right? Yeah. Wirfs, Sewell, Darisaw, Tunsil, Andrew Thomas, Trent Williams. That's your offensive lineman, if you will. Trent at 23, Wirfs at 28.125.
Yeah, and as we've discussed, and you know this, it's a matter of what's guaranteed, and it's like zero guaranteed.
Yeah.
Not only is it a low number relative to the other linemen, it's zero guaranteed money.
Zero guaranteed money.
And I can't imagine the 49ers were taken by surprise when he didn't show up. What? The best offensive lineman is upset because he's doesn't have any more guaranteed money, and there's 4 offensive linemen making more than him. So,
I mean, they should have saw that coming, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
But you could say that about the Aiyuk situation as well.
Same thing, right? Exactly.
But you know how they like to play it? Right up to the deadline, which is what? Wednesday? I don't know. How much more time do they have to fool around with this before they have to say one or both players are not available for the first game? It's a serious situation. I'm not feeling like, oh, now it's really serious. It's been this serious.
Yeah, it has. But as we get closer, does the sense of urgency ratchet it up, though?
Yes, and that's both sides are counting on that to try to get the other side to move.
To get some movement.
Yeah. And by the way, Aiyuk went, and we talked about it Friday, he went with the team to Las Vegas. So you know that he wants to be there.
Well, did you hear the report, though, that Kyle Shanahan maintained if you're on the team, I want you to travel. So it might not have been an Aiyuk
was forced.
Yes, that's what the scuttlebutt is on the social media. It's like, well, it wasn't like Aiyuk was like, I'm coming with you guys. It was, hey, if you're on the team, you need to come with us, kind of thing. Everybody's coming with us.
Okay.
And so it'll be interesting to see how. But we're 2 weeks away, Whitey.
Yeah.
And you got 2 of your star players still without a contract. Right. It has to get done soon, right? Like, I would think this week is probably, the cutoff in terms of it. Hopefully it won't impact the season. Mm-hmm. Like, you need like a week to get yourself in shape.
You would think,
take some hits or something, right?
Right. Yeah. Unless on some level they think, and I can't imagine this, we don't need both those guys to beat the Jets. The Jets are actually, as much as I make fun of Aaron Rodgers, I'm not an Aaron Rodgers fan, but the Jets are a very talented team, especially on the defensive side of the football.
Some people got them winning that division this year, too.
Yeah. So, it's not like, it's a 17-game season. We can afford to kick a few early. So, they have to get things done. But this is what they do every year. And they count on this urgency of the deadline to get them the best deal. And they're just kind of playing with fire on it once again.
Yeah. Wasn't this around the time Bosa signed last year, right? It was late August.
Yep.
I think it was last week of August or so. And so you got 53-man roster got to be narrowed down tomorrow, right, is the deadline.
Yeah.
And so I got to imagine this is a huge week. Hopefully we have some actual news this week.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. As far as the game, of course, the only thing you want to see in the final preseason game is, Grenda played well. They had some moments. Dobbs played well again. Had a really nice touchdown throw, but you just don't want to see anybody get hurt. As we said, as everyone knows, don't get anybody hurt. And they lost 2 defensive linemen. But Leonard Floyd, Yetur Gross-Matos spraining knees. Floyd is day-to-day. Gross-Matos, the 49ers are saying, doesn't look bad. He probably can play week 1. So could have been worse, but still there's some concern over Yetur Gross-Matos on a sprained knee. 2 defensive linemen in one game.
Right.
Their knees.
Yeah, that's a tough loss for the Niners. And I can imagine Kyle Shanahan is glad preseason's over. Like, now, hopefully nobody gets hurt in camp or during practice or anything. We could just focus on September 9th. That's the key for the Niners, just getting to September 9th as healthy as possible. And Tricky Ricky P was supposed to practice today as well, right?
Yeah.
That was an injury report that Kyle talked about after the game the other day. And so hopefully we can see him make his debut on September 9th.
Mm-hmm. On her Scoop City podcast, Deanna Rossini of The Athletic reported August 13th, Williams and the Niners have so far failed to make, quote, significant movement, end quote, in negotiations. It's the 49er way, and it's frustrating from a fan standpoint. It's probably really frustrating from the players and agents standpoint. It's the way they choose to do business. So will it catch up with him this year? Did it bite him in the behind last year when Bosa signed late and then said, yeah, I really wasn't the same this year? I don't know, but here we go. You got to get it taken care of. If you're really serious about winning a Super Bowl, then within the next 2 days, you have to get this taken care of.
Yeah, and you know, I'm seeing on social, John Lynch will speak to the media on Wednesday. He'll have a little press conference, and so we'll see. Maybe it's some news. I know.
Why is it taking so long? I wish
I knew. Right?
It's a good problem to have.
Yeah. So we'll see if he has any updates for us. That's on Wednesday.
It'll be fine, Drapes, as you know. 49ers, take care of business. Go to the Super Bowl. Win the Super Bowl. Everything's going to be great.
Hey,
right?
Wednesday at 2:45, John Lynch is speaking. So, Jay, hopefully we get that sound in. Be able to turn that in time to bring it to you here on the Drive, guys.
Yeah, maybe we'll bring it to you live. We'll see. Maybe we'll do that.
What you think he's going to say?
Who knows?
He's going to say, I wish I knew why it's taking so long. And it's a good problem to have. That's what he's going to say. Maybe he'll actually have an announcement. Do you know if that was, is that a regular? That's probably a regular.
I don't know. People are making a big deal out of it on social media.
Okay, well,
the
there
49ers announced John
is.
Lynch, you know.
There it is.
So,
boom, done, right?
Or it's
right, Jay?
We're done negotiating.
Done deal, right, Jay?
It's always going to be a done deal. It's just today versus tomorrow versus next week.
Nothing to worry about when we come back. So you thought Malik was leaving. So did Domas. He explains why he thought Malik was leaving and why he's so happy that he's not when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
O'Reilly. Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What sets Ashton and Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton and Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town.
Getting drunk on a plane.
For his only show in California this year, Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park for Country in the Park 2. What was I thinking? And he's bringing some friends. Harmony.
Close your eyes for this.
Tyler Rich. Dasha. And more. Saturday, September 28th at Heart Health Park. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by the California Army National Guard and Red's Pizzeria and Tap House.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
80 Beats Productions. The Drive Guys, live and local. Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Hello. There we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Right.
Couldn't hear myself. Had the microphone on. Anyway, what I was going to say was reactions still spilling in here to our reveal. You know, every day at 4 o'clock now this week, going to reveal 10 more names on our top 40 Kings of all time. Today, we just had the honorable mentions, 41 through 50. Pete Chilcutt getting some love from the 707. 916 says, Bonzi. It was close, though. Yeah, Bonzi was in the final 10. Here are the 10 that were honorable mention. Rajon Rondo, Mike Woodson, Sharif Abdur-Rahim, Rodney McRae, Antoine Carr, Darren Collison, Bonzi Wells, Beno Udrih, Tyrese Halliburton, and Marcus Thornton. And a lot of people upset that Marcus Thornton did not quite make the top 40.
Jay, how many people had Marcus on their list? Because I had him at number 40.
7.
Oh, so 7 people.
He was 7,
but he didn't have enough points.
But his points didn't match up to the next person that's above him.
Really close.
Or the placing.
All
So
right.
that basically means, Drapes, in the grand scheme of things, he was on 7 votes, which, remember, 7 got you into the top 40 because number 40 got 7 votes. But it's where he was listed within that top 40.
Dang.
This person that's above him tomorrow got higher votes. He was ranked higher on the list on the 7 votes.
All right.
So tomorrow we'll have 40 through 31. Looking forward to that.
Yes.
And on top of that, me and Drapes, I don't think you had Marcus, right?
I did not.
Me and Drapes, he got the Drive Guys bump as well, and he still didn't make it. So that lets you know, tomorrow, number 40, how high he was voted on certain people's ballot.
Yeah, let you guys know that you shouldn't probably have had him in your.
No, he's on the outside looking in. I feel good.
Very close. Very close.
It's not like having Purvis Ellison on my top 40. You know what I mean?
Somebody had Purvis on there? Oh, yeah, they did. One person voted nervous.
Always nervous.
339-1140.
That befuddles both of you.
I know. I just can't believe it.
Yeah, it's making me nervous that Purvis is on the list. Let's see what CT is up to. Been a while. What's up?
Mic check.
TC, how you doing?
Yes, sir. What's up with the homies? Y'all got me clear?
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
I apologize. I called you CT.
CT, yeah. TC.
I apologize, TC. What's going on?
Listen, Whitey, Drake, Jay, what's up? Hey, I'm going to keep it simple, bro. On this one, hey, look, I don't know about the old school, but hey, what y'all been doing this the last about I don't know about that one. I can't come up with a list. But what I can say is what I took from that interview from Domantas Sabonis. DeMar DeRozan came in here. We got what we were looking for, Kings fans. We got us a dog, and we got us a true leader. Not saying the other guys were not leaders, but he came in and told Domantas and Fox and told the guys that I need to stand up and I need to talk and need to be leaders. Y'all need to do that. That's what I took from Domantas' voice and what he said, bro, is DeMar came in not bullying nobody, but DeMar came in saying, look, bro, we're not playing no games with nobody. We came in here to win. And if you're a leader of this team and it's time for you to speak and speak up, I'm going to need you to do that. Period. That's what I took from that, and I love it. Mic check. That's all I got from my boys. DeMar is the one. He's the one. Not Lori Marketing, not Kyle Kuzma, he was the one, big dog. Let's go.
Yeah, I like that positivity.
Hey, CC, how many times have we talked with TC about maybe they get this guy, maybe they get that guy?
I know.
This guy? How about that guy? And they got a big fish.
They got the guy. They got
fish in the boat.
And here's the thing, too. And we saw the video last week of DeMar DeRozan, and we've heard stories about him sort of taking young guys under his wing. The fact that Domas went down there to USC, worked with him, along with Doug and Leandro Barbosa, and I think who else? Kevin Herter might even have been down there. I saw leads me to believe, and I love seeing it. They're already working on the chemistry. They're already working on getting things together. And DeMar DeRozan was on Jeff Teague's podcast, and I'm listening to it after I'm done with the Drive Guys on the way home. And just the fact that this guy wanted to come to Sacramento, it was a trade, yes, but he wanted to come to Sac. And Jay, you got the sound from the Jeff Teague podcast. Let's hear DeMar DeRozan, man. And this is a guy that we can be proud of, his decision to come to Sacramento.
D Fox. Yeah. I mean, that was part of the reason, even making that decision.
D Fox in my career, man. He too damn fast.
Listen, fast as shit.
Fast as shit.
Like,
bitch, man.
See,
that's the first time I said, I think I'm gonna come off the bench, man. They want to come against some little
Be a
guys
role
that's not
model.
the same speed, man. I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna come off the bench. I remember I was like, Minnesota, I think you could probably start Tyus Jones. Man, if you want to.
I think that situation, it came out of nowhere after, season was over once free agency hit. I know it was a bunch of other options, but, when I just sat back and like realized like, what the team needed, what they had, what they was fighting for, and how bad they want to win, it just fit the mold that, I want to be a part of. And, just being able to play with those guys, I'm looking forward to it, Monk,
yes, sir.
Murray,
Sabo.
It's a lot of those guys that's special, and I really want to be a part of that. I feel like, I definitely could help.
That's DeMar DeRozan and Jeff Teague podcast. Somebody say Sabo.
Bonus. Sabo.
Sabo.
Not Savvy. Sabo.
Domas.
Chris Sabo,
Domas had his camp over the weekend at Hardwood Palace in Rockland. And we're going to get some of his thoughts on DeMar, the ones that TC was just talking about in a moment. First, though, here is Domas talking to the media about how surprised he was that Malik Monk decided to stay for this year.
As it gets when it comes to wanting to keep Malik, how surprised were you that he stayed?
I was actually very surprised. I was getting I was talking to him a lot during the year, and I thought we really lost him, but I'm happy he stayed. I think it's the best decision for him, and for us.
What does it say about his commitment and to be able to sacrifice in that way?
I just think he didn't want to leave me, so that's the main thing. But no, I'm happy, he's here. He's one of the most important players on our team, and having him on and off the court with us has helped us a lot these last 2 years.
I'm obviously thrilled that Malik stayed, but I'm kind of in a way glad to hear Domas say that he was surprised because I sure thought he was gone.
Yeah, you know what? I hear what you're saying because we all thought he was gone, and so it makes us think like, okay, we weren't just totally crazy and misreading the situation. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if the market wasn't what he thought it was, or he saw here he wanted to be here, but the fact that DeMar in the clip before that mentioned Malik. Mentioned, Keegan Murray. It just goes to show you, this is a veteran. When I look at where else DeMar could have went, he's coming to Sacramento, and I think the fit is good, Whitey, because he's going to be able to come here and just do what he does. It's not like he's going to a star-laden team where, it's LeBron's team or you got to try and fit in. Like he's the puzzle piece, our missing puzzle piece. I think that could get us, 50-something wins.
Yeah, here's Domas talking about how much he's looking forward to playing with DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, working with him and how hard he works and how he takes work upstairs. That age, you definitely can't tell he's older.
Yeah. With it being such a read and react offense, you're kind of the hub. What's the process for you like to adjust how to set him up in the right way?
Nothing. I think he just makes my life way easier. I just gotta keep doing my job. Having him on the court is gonna give me a lot more options. Same thing for him. So we're excited. We got some good work in together.
That was, of course, Brendan Nunes with that question.
Oh, our guy Brendan was working the weekend. Yeah, good for him.
You call that working?
Dude, I'm out golfing, hanging with the kids. Brendan's in Hardwood Palace. Trust me, I've been there before. I've done it. But I don't want to spend my Saturday in a Hardwood Palace.
Mm-hmm.
I got things to do, man.
We talked a lot last year about an apparent void of some kind with the Kings. Was it a leadership void? Didn't seem like that, but something wasn't there. The fact that DeMar DeRozan comes in, and I get it, it's DeMar DeRozan. He comes in and there's no question what kind of role he will assume. There's no, well, gee, what about this guy or that guy?
Right.
I think that speaks to how this team, maybe it wasn't a leadership void, but there was something lacking, and he seems to be the perfect fit, the perfect piece to fill that void.
And the thing I like about DeMar DeRozan too, Whitey, is he doesn't come in with this overbearing personality. You know what I mean? When he walks in the room, it's not like he takes over the energy in the room. He sort of is smooth with it. And I think when you look at this team, that's exactly what we need. We don't need somebody coming in, trying to be like, it's my team or I'm here or, we know Fox is the leader of this team. DeMar DeRozan is going to be a leader. Domas, I think when you look at the makeup of our team, he fits in well from a personality standpoint.
Right. It's not, this is my energy. I'm going to dominate your energy. Right. It's, I appreciate your energy and my energy will harmonize with yours. Right. That's what it is. Right.
We on some retreat right now or something like that.
In
yes, that's what we need. A little harmony.
That's why everyone
here.
speaks of him in these glowing terms.
Yes, 100%. And, I've said it time and time again, when you look at the guys the Kings bring in, they're all good guys. They're all guys. I was talking to our guy, Brian Hanratty, the sales rep downstairs. He saw Malik at the golf tournament last week, and Malik was accommodating, taking pictures. I mean, these are guys that vibe with the community, connect with the community. And I think DeMar is going to do big things. I'm really excited for him.
So DeMar's going to play three
as of now.
So that means that Keegan is the 4. Where does he stack up against the other 4s across the association? That's next on Sactown Sports.
In a crisis, your number one need is food, because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. But if you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get 2 free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and has been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. But when you act quickly and buy 1 kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of 1. $58 in free food. Go to freefood1.com. That's freefood1.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood1.com now.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, when the A's blanked the Rays 3-0 on the 19th, it marked the A's 11th shutout this year, and that's 3rd best in the American League. It also was their 54th win, so 16 more for 70. Now, the A's won just 50 games a year ago, so a 20-game improvement last year to this year, that would be pretty impressive.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
I'm Coach Doug Christie, urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia for huge Labor Day savings on your next new or certified pre-owned Kia. And tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
I know a girl with a golden touch.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Here's the update on John Lynch that Drapes was talking about on Twitter, according to Emiliano Fragoso. GM John Lynch speaking to the media on Wednesday, most likely about the 53-man roster cuts. However, given the fact that Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams are still without new contracts, all cards are on the table. Tuesday is going to be a grueling grind until 1 p.m. Pacific. That's from Emil Fragoso. So a lot of people think maybe John Lynch will have something to say about the contract situations Wednesday, but this is just the 49er way.
We had Mike Santos on, and he talked about how come teams aren't playing hardball, with the quarterback position. But will this get to a point, and I'm not talking Trent because I think Trent, but will this come to a point where they say, Brent, to Aiyuk, dude, you either in or you out? Like, what are you doing here? Like, when does, negotiations get contentious from the Niners side, if you will, if it hasn't already?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And not saying it's going to be this week, but you got the season in 2 weeks, and by most reports, the ball's in Aiyuk's court. It's like, all right, go out there, seek a trade. All right, we found a trade partner. Now you don't want to go there. It's like, dude, make up your mind what you want to do.
Yeah. As far as whether it's gotten contentious, I know John Lynch on one of those interviews with their flagship in the Bay Area said these things do get that way sometimes, and he's not used to that. So, it's, as you can imagine, there's been a lot of back and forth, and it hasn't all been rainbows and ice cream.
That's true. That's true. It's the nature of the business, right?
Yeah.
It's the nature of the business, and the Niners historically have been able to let business be business, and then when it's time to focus on the field, they usually get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at our tweet, Sactown Sports 1140 just sent out as we talked about the top 40 Kings players in the Sacramento era. If you missed any of that, go check out the Sactown Sports 1140 Twitter page right now. Our honorable mentions they just put out right there. Our boy Frankie Cardicelli doing a bang-up job. Sharif Abdur-Rahim, Antoine Carr, Collison, Halliburton, McRae, Rondo, Marcus Thornton, Beno Udrih, Bonzi Wells, and Mike Woodson, the 10 that did not make the top 40.
But very honorable mention.
Yes.
By the way, Jay said there are 6 players that are relatively current. Is that what he said?
Yeah,
20
decade. Yeah,
2020 and
2020 and now.
Yeah,
that made the 78.
Right. So
I have. Well, let me see. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 6 on my list.
Okay,
as well.
All right. I think Malik and Keegan are going to make it. We'll see. We'll know soon enough.
I got some surprises though, too.
You're not the only one. Somebody currently has Purvis Ellison.
Purvis Ellison, right?
What about surprises?
What you had him at 41? You had him at 41 on yours?
Did Purvis, how about this? Did Purvis even make your initial, 60 or 70?
No, and I know I told you this earlier, Jay, but last week Jay came up with, hey, how about Marvin Bagley? And obviously that's a no, but it's like, well, okay, he did do a few things here. I understand why you'd bring it up. So I was trying to think of players like that you'd probably say no, but that, hey, you could make a case for. And I thought of Purvis, and I didn't bring it up because I thought you can't make a case.
You just can't.
And yet he got a vote.
He got a vote.
It didn't
make top 40.
Didn't crack any of
Didn't make honorable
mentions.
mention.
Yeah.
I did have Marvin Bagley on mine though.
As what? What list?
He made my top 40.
Did he sneak in your 40?
He made my top 40. I'm just saying.
14 and almost 8.
Exactly. I did a deep dive. Are you
serious? I don't know whether you're serious.
No, I'm being serious. Remember, I was out on him. I was like, because you hear Marvin Bagley, and it's like, it brings up bad memories. It's painful.
Right.
But at the end of the day, as I was getting towards the back, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to put my man, because from an actual playing standpoint, like let's say he was a 2nd round pick. From a playing standpoint, he had some good numbers here in Sacramento. But because he was the number 2 pick, people knock him down. And so I included Marvin Bagley.
Take the emotion out of it.
Take the emotion out of it.
Yeah.
If he was, Jay, if he was drafted 25th overall and he had the same kind of career here in Sac,
he'd for sure be top 40.
on there. So that's
a wasted vote.
No, Purvis Ellison is a wasted vote. Jay, was I the only one with Bagley?
Let me triple check.
All right, double check, triple check that. Come on, man. People are going to be like, that's one of my controversial selections.
It is.
Marvin Bagley. I'm sure I'm not the only one. And if I'm not, no offense to you, Whitey, if I'm not, some of these other people ain't do the research. Because at first thought, it's like, heck no, Marvin Bagley. That's how I was.
Right.
But then I looked at the numbers compared, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. You standing alone, big fella.
Am I really? No way.
Of course you are.
And let me say this.
What?
Going into last week, when I threw the name out there, and I was like, he's got the numbers. He played here a couple of years, but you guys talked me out of it in the form of the negativity that kind of was surrounded his career.
The mere
here.
mention of his name makes most Kings fans recoil.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
Hold up, Jay. So clearly you don't have him either.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Damn.
So I said last
That's
year.
not as bad as Purvis, though.
No.
Right.
Purvis might be. I'll say this. Purvis is, and I could, Purvis is not gonna make the list. Purvis was 75 out of 78. Right.
So there was people worse than Purvis.
Well, they're tied. They're all tied.
Right.
So I mean, you can say tied for 75 or whatever, but yeah, there are 1, 2, 3.
But the thing is, Purvis shouldn't have gotten a mention at all.
Shouldn't even been.
That's a wasted vote.
A 1. He shouldn't even got 1 point.
So it's almost unfair to those other people if you say Purvis tied with so and so and so and so. It's not their fault that someone voted for Purvis.
Y'all disrespecting Purvis like that.
Well, he just didn't do much here. That's fine.
He was the number 1 pick, baby.
Yes, he was.
You got to at least put that in there, just like Bagley. Like,
I don't know that helps, though.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought they should have taken Sean Elliott with that pick.
Yeah.
Here we are, Hoops Hype. Today, Hoops Hype naming the top 30 power forwards. And Keegan Murray is the Kings power forward now, right? So where does he rank on their list of the top 30 power forwards? And right there about middle of the pack, right, Drapes?
Yeah,
Keegan Murray
14th, right?
14th. Yeah, it's Miles Bridges, 12, Jeremy Grant, 13, Keegan Murray, 14, and then you had Jabari Smith, 15. So
is Keegan better than any of those top 14, top 13 other guys? Is there anybody you'd say, nah, I'm taking Keegan definitely over this guy?
Is he better than Jeremy Grant?
Not right now.
It's close. Is he better than Miles Bridges? Probably not right now. Is he better
Kuzma?
than Yes.
Damn, he is, huh?
Better than Aaron Gordon? I don't think so, but he could be.
Mobley?
No. I don't think so.
I
They're
like
different
Mobley
types of players. Yeah. Jaren Jackson Jr.
Nah, now you're getting into.
Yeah. I keep forgetting about Jaren Jackson Jr. because I'm a fan, but he's a really poor rebounder.
Poor at that size?
Yeah.
What is he, 5 rebounds a game? Come on, man.
5.5.
5.5?
Yeah.
Then
it goes Julius Randle and Lauri Markkanen, Karl Anthony Towns, Siakam, Paolo, and then it's Zion and the Greek Freak.
Here's the thing about Keegan. And, as I took a look at this list, I said, all right, would I trade Keegan for any of these guys? And then I did it on the flip side. Would other teams trade their guys for Keegan? Portland might do it. Jeremy Grant. Charlotte, I don't know if they do it with Miles Bridges.
I think you're right about Portland.
Portland, though.
The brothers together.
Exactly. So, I think Jeremy Grant puts up better numbers, obviously, because of, system and all that and people around him. But if you woke up tomorrow and we had Jeremy Grant and didn't have Keegan, I don't know how I'd feel about that. I'd be kind of torn up about because this guy, Keegan is ascending, going up.
Yes.
He's like hasn't even scratched the surface of who he can be.
But Drapes, here's my concern. Last year, Harrison Barnes was your 4, essentially, right?
Yep.
And was he playing out of position at times?
Yes.
Keegan Murray's going to be playing out of position at
Keegan
times.
Murray, your 3 now moves to a 4.
Yeah.
And you're right, Whitey, and that's unless they start Orlando Robinson or somebody we don't know, they're going to be undersized at the 3-4 again, just like last year. Another guy playing out of position. That's why I think we both agree. You got to do one more move. There needs to be another big to come here.
Ideally. So let's see how Drape's guy, John Collins, did on this list. And he's on the list. He's a few slots behind Keegan. I believe he came in at 19.
Yeah, 19.
Again, that's out of 30. And the Hoops Hype ranking of John Collins says he tends to put up numbers that don't appear to help you win, but maybe if he was on a better team, he could get back to where he was when he was with the Hawks. Collins made the Jazz 4.7 points per 100 possessions worse during his time on the floor last year. But they point out that, if he played with better defensive centers, if he had a better team fit around him, might make more of a positive impact like he did earlier in his career.
I mean,
he can be had.
He can be had. Yeah, I did a Drape's Take a few weeks ago, and I said, Monty, this is the guy. This is the answer to our power forward questions right now. Then you slide Keegan to the 3, DeMar to the 2, and De'Aaron at the 1. And I understand it's a hefty paycheck, though, 26.58. And the fact that he hasn't been on a winning team. But the organizations he's played for have not been good. And let's not forget, a few years ago, Atlanta made it to the conference finals. He was on that team. So he's good enough to be on the conference finals team. But now there are some who say, he can't be on our team to help us win. I think this guy would benefit greatly from being around a stable environment, which the Kings are, the kind of locker room the Kings have. Now you add DeMar DeRozan as a leader. He hasn't had anything like that. Utah, we don't even know their direction. So go out there and get John Collins. Jeez.
Here's our direction. We've got the Wayback Quiz coming up. Jay, by the way, I know you weren't here Friday. I had to leave a little bit early. Had some family things to take care of. And Kyle Ledbetter took care of business for you. Got you.
White and clean.
It was sketchy though, Jay.
Oh, it was a little shaky.
Yeah, I gotta get your thoughts on this when we come back.
White,
it was
come on, man.
sketchy.
You got some backhanded stuff going on.
Not that I knew of. Yeah, it's next here, The Drive, guys. The Wayback Quiz on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Pleasant and mild for Tuesday morning. Valley temperatures in the low 60s. Not much of a breeze, though. That sun will push temperatures to the triple digits. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You know what we have coming up this weekend? One of the grilling high holidays of the whole year. Whitey here reminding you, not all gas grills are created equal, especially for your Labor Day barbecue. You want to bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meals with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. I've got the Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill, turning me into a grilling professional because of features that other grills cannot match. They're built different. They're built better. They're built to last, made with premium stainless steel, boasting quality and a lifetime warranty. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available. Grab one for the upcoming barbecue holiday at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sell on report.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Thanks for being with us. Appreciate the support of our sponsors, like, of course, True Sports Cards. Of course, everyone has his own show here on Saturdays. And a lot of times he comes in and brings in an autographed jersey or something. He's giving stuff away here. Did you hear about the Babe Ruth jersey that sold for a lot of money over the weekend?
No, I did not.
Yeah. You know the story, Babe Ruth's called shot home run, 1932 World Series, where supposedly he pointed?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have the jersey, and they used, photos to identify it and to confirm that it was the jersey that he wore when supposedly he called a shot. And it sold at auction Sunday for a record $24 million.
Damn, who's spending that?
For what?
After a 6-hour bidding battle, $24.12 million.
Jeez.
The buyer remaining anonymous.
Okay.
But Heritage that ran the auction says the item's owner is actively responding to, though not necessarily routinely accepting offers. It's recommended that they may still sell it, in other words, but you'd have to offer, they recommend you offer $28,944,000 or more if you want a shot at buying this.
Chump change,
For a
right?
jersey.
Right. Babe Ruth. Oh, Compio said Emeren's store was robbed last night on the YouTube chat. Let's see.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, text him. No way. Get out of here. I'm about to text him.
That's awful.
Let's text our boy right now. Hope everything's okay.
Yes, truly awful. Our best to everybody involved there. That's awful, awful, awful. Thank you, Compio, for that update. That brings us to our Wayback Quiz for August the 26th, but it sounds like, did you have a protest or something you wanted to file?
Well, Jay, here's the thing, Jay. So Whitey had 2 questions where the answer was the exact same guy.
That's true.
That's kind of weak.
Yeah,
and they were back to back.
Yes,
which I don't control.
But it was still kind of like, it was Donovan Mitchell both times. And it was like, I don't know, man. That's kind of like if you get one and then you happen to, it's your turn for the other, it's 2 for 1 almost.
Yeah. Let me say, Jay.
Yeah, it's a little iffy there, White.
Yeah. I think Kyle got 2 points. If I take a point away from Kyle,
I don't even remember the final score though. I don't remember.
I give Drapes 2 points.
Still doesn't matter.
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
No, I got points though. I got points or a point.
But you're in the game, and it's a little different.
Right.
You put the pressure on them a little more.
I got you. My mindset was off after that. You know,
threw you off.
All right, everything in the quiz today happened on or is based on things that happened on August the 26th in these years. New week, new championship at stake. 1892, 1939, 1961, 1990, 1992, and 2004. Jay, you're up first. 1892, 1939, 1961, 90, 92, and 2004.
Let's go 1990.
1990. In his first at-bat after 6 weeks on the disabled list, this guy homered to tie a major league record with home runs in 4 consecutive at-bats. 3 before he got hurt. He gets hurt, he comes back, hits another one. Home runs in 4 consecutive at-bats. Jose Canseco, Mark McGwire, Bo Jackson.
Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry. I had to work.
It's all right. It's okay. In his first at-bat after 6 weeks on the disabled list.
Yes.
Who hits a home run to tie a major league record? Home runs in 4 consecutive at-bats.
Okay.
Was it Jose Canseco, Mark McGwire, Bo Jackson?
1990?
Yeah.
Go Bo Jackson.
He's got it.
Yeah, that's
Bo Jackson.
That was it.
Good guess. Yes, correct. 1-0. Kyle Draper, you're up.
All right, whatever.
1892, 1939, 1961, 1992, and 2004. 1961. The Hockey Hall of Fame opened its doors for the first time. In what city is the Hockey Hall of Fame? Montreal, Toronto, Calgary.
Montreal.
That's not correct.
Calgary.
That's not correct.
What? Toronto?
It's Toronto.
I did not know that.
No foul.
I don't know why I thought it was Montreal.
I thought it was Calgary.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So it's 1-0, Jay, and you're
Jay's up.
1892, 1931, 1992, 2004.
1992.
1992.
Carney Lansford.
It's the closest two, guys.
Oh, of course it is.
Sorry. Yeah.
We want Drapes to go.
All
No,
right,
he's
Drapes?
there. Yeah, he wants me to go.
Tim Wakefield of the Pirates beat Tom Candiotti of the Dodgers.
Knuckleballers.
Oh, yeah.
The first National League matchup of knuckleball pitchers in how many years? How many years had it been since the last?
And what years?
This is 1992. I'll tell you who pitched in the last one.
No. That's giving it too much.
Okay.
Now, because now you're getting in an era. You know what I mean?
All right.
I'm gonna say 10 years.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's exactly right.
That's what I said. That's
exactly
a good one.
Right.
Ah.
Yeah. It was Phil and Joe Negro.
Okay.
In 1982.
Ah.
Yeah. So
That's a good. That's a heck of a
That
pin.
is a
That's
nice one.
That is
Cool.
a pin
Thank
the
you.
tail on the donkey right
so
there.
you got the point, and you're up.
Yes,
Yeah.
even game.
1892, 1939, 2004.
204.
2004. At the Athens Olympics, who scores a USA Olympic men's record 31 points in a game against Spain? Stephon Marbury, Carmelo Anthony, Sean Marion.
2004?
Yes, sir. Olympics, Athens.
Can you say that one more time?
At the Athens Olympics, who scores a USA Olympic men's record 31 points in a game against Spain? Stephon Marbury, Carmelo Anthony, Sean Marion.
I'm going to go with Sean Marion.
That's not correct. For the steal, Jay. Athens Olympics, who scores a USA Olympic men's record 31 points in a game against Spain? Stephon Marbury, Carmelo Anthony.
Man, I was hoping he went the other two that I had in my mind.
I know, right? It's a tough one.
A big point right here.
It is because I'm gonna say Mellow Man's got the record before KD. I'm going Mellow Man.
Nope.
Stephon Marbury.
I knew it wasn't Mellow. Dang.
Yeah, 1-1 ball game.
How many we got? Two
We
left?
got two left, Jay.
Here we go.
1992, 1939.
1892, baby.
It's the closest two.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
What do you want? Do you want him to go first?
Of course.
Yeah.
Doubleday. Andrew Doubleday.
Born on this date, Major League pitcher Jesse Barnes. Okay, he was born in 1892. In 1919, he would be the winning pitcher in the fastest 9-inning Major League game in history. How long did it last? It was in 1919. Jesse Barnes was the winning pitcher. Still the fastest 9-inning game in Major League history.
I'm going to go.
How fast was it?
57 minutes.
57 minutes.
I'm going 56 because I thought it's in the 40s.
51 minutes.
Ooh.
51
Couple
minutes.
good guesses, though. Dang,
yeah. Jay's got the points. You need this
Come
one
on,
to force
baby.
OT.
That was a tough one.
Yeah. So what you got left here, Drapes? 1939.
39. Let's go.
Your sportscaster, TV sports question. This date, 1939, a Major League Baseball game is televised for the first time. Where does the game take place? Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, Ebbets Field. This would force an overtime.
1939.
Major League Baseball game televised for the first time. Where does the game take place? Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium, Ebbets Field. Needs this one.
Ebbets Field.
Ebbets Field in Brooklyn? That's correct.
Yeah,
We're going overtime.
Come on, man.
I need a coin flip.
I know. Is that
Yeah,
what? All right.
yeah.
What we got here? What we got?
Yeah, we're coming up on it. Do we have time, Jay? Or we
Yeah.
got to go.
I got red and white.
All right.
Jay, call it.
Red.
Red it is. It was red.
All right, Jay, it's a true false. All right?
Oh, true false.
True false.
That's sweet.
You want to go or do you want him to go, Jay?
I'm going. Come
All
on
right.
now.
1972, Leo DeRozan, formerly of the Cubs, replaces Harry Walker as manager of the Astros. It is only the second time someone has managed two National League teams in the same season.
That's true.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Jay walks it off in overtime.
Ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal,